After an incredible showing at the Moses Lake Air Show in June, the National STOL broadcast trailer was involved in a severe accident in Montana. Miraculously, our driver escaped with minor injuries, but everything else needed to make the series happen caught fire and burned. It goes without saying, then, that we're incredibly grateful for the support of our fans, our volunteers, our pilots, and our sponsors. Without you, we wouldn't be flying today. We're in Hartford, Wisconsin, at an airport where pilots are grown in a squadron of J3 Cubs, and where STOL pilots come for some of the best grass to kick off their aviation family reunion just 38 nautical miles to the north. Welcome to Sodbusters. Some say that Hartford is tail-dragger paradise, but pilots would do well to heed the warnings of competitors past. The inviting grass can still bite if you aren't on your game. We have some interesting matchups for you this weekend. In the Cub class, veteran competitors Nick Ardillo and Keith Lang square off against promising newcomer Ryan Melendez in his vintage Super Cub. In the rookie class, Tanner McIntyre aims to bring the second generation of STOL dominance to his family under the watchful eye of his father. This year's new wilderness class is filling out as more aircraft come online. Watch for showstoppers by Korn, Whiteley, Garrettson, and Bushman. And it's looking to be an absolute melee this weekend in the Backcountry class. Huskies flown by Crawford, Clemens, and Clemens fly against Cessnas, piloted by Pohl, Dobson, and Wittenbach. And in the Unlimited class, Jared Garrettson continues his assault against crowd favorites Hal Stockman and Pat McIntyre. The line is painted. We're cleared for takeoff. Let's get those engines started. National STOL's Sodbusters starts right now. Notably, John McCardle, who we've been waiting for all season, looking for him to come from Omaha, Nebraska, and fly his Bearhawk 5 that he's been building and building and building. That aircraft appearing to have a mechanical issue, so unlikely that he will return to the series yet, but waiting to reignite that giant rivalry between Brandon Korn and John McCardle as they both decided to change and level up their aircraft to compete against one each other. Other things you're going to see today, you're going to see some Huskies flying against some and the Clemens Huskies against Jeff Pohl and in a 172 tail dragger. It's an STC. You can actually make a 172 a tail dragger. And then Joel Wittenbach as well in a Cessna 172. Sport class is going to be mostly Kit Foxes for you this year, but Levi Nogas going to ring out that Rans S7 that Pat McIntyre and Tanner McIntyre are flying. And then the Unlimited class, we're going to close things out. Hal Stockman in the Badlands Vaquero, Jared Garrettson coming in a Badlands Traveler, and Pat going to drop it like it's hot in that Rans S7. So that's going to be the full practice lineup today here in Hartford, Wisconsin. And again, we're just so excited that you're all with us and we're keeping things trucking here at National STOL. Had a great showing at Moses Lake for the Moses Lake Air Show, and a really, 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 really incredible thing. So that thing, Moses Lake was a great show, great to be part of a big air show, and now we're back kind of doing it like we started it here in Hartford, Wisconsin, at a card table with a bunch of cameras and a bunch of laptops, bringing it home for you. So we're going to kick things off in just a few minutes, but first, we'll be right back after this quick video.
Garrettson.
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible.
This runway is marked line. They apply power to the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in two parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have two types of landing gear, tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the two main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the two main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies.
It's a great day for STOL competitions. Let's get it started.
And welcome everybody to the practice session of Sodbusters, part of the National STOL Series here in Hartford, Wisconsin. If you're just joining us, my name is Ryan Dombrowski. I'm going to be joined shortly by my co-host Cam Walton, who has one heck of a story to tell about the last couple weeks. If you are new to National STOL, we're doing things a little bit differently in Hartford because we went from having a full broadcast trailer, all those things that make the broadcast what you've seen. They were all destroyed in a traffic accident after the Moses Lake Air Show just a few weeks ago. And so we are rebuilding, we're back in action, and we're getting things ready with the help of our friends, our volunteers, our sponsors, and our pilots. You see we've got the distance markers out here. Those were lent to us by our friends at Sun and Fun. And we have, we've rallied some computers together, brought in some great folks like the folks at Neverland to help us bring audio to you. And we are gearing things up here in Hartford, Wisconsin. National STOL getting ready to kick off at Sodbusters, this beautiful, beautiful turf it's not just turf. There's a hard surface, but who cares about that with STOL? We got this beautiful turf runway. We're going to be operating off of 1836. Just an absolutely beautiful runway here. Like I mentioned before, this is the airport that I soloed at and trained here at Hartford, and it was a beautiful, beautiful place to learn in J3 Piper Cubs. This place known for building and developing pilots, and we're going to see that here today as we develop and build some new STOL pilots. So if you're following along at home, check us out on your sectional. Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot. That's Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot, Hartford Municipal Airport here for Sodbusters 2025. 1836, the runway that we are operating on is 2,231 feet long and 196 feet wide, but we are only using just a tiny bit of it here for the Sodbusters competition. New airplane doing some stuff there. That green and gray airplane off to the left if you're in the crowd or on camera right now if you're watching the broadcast. That's something that we're going to talk a little bit later. Justin Tisdale brought that from overseas as a new STOL plane. You can learn a little bit. We'll learn a little bit more about it as it flies. But of course, to fly a Zenith. And yeah, so things have been a little dicey for National STOL in the last few weeks, but we got it figured out, and we're back in front of you to do this heated practice here at Sodbusters. So, how does National STOL work? We just saw in the video package a little bit about how it goes, but basically, pilots come up to the line, apply full throttle, take off as short as they can. We measure the distance from the line to where the tires leave the ground, the main wheels. So on an airplane like that backcountry aircraft that's taxiing by right now, the main wheels are the ones at the front. The airplane will make a traffic pattern around the airport. We've got our air bosses helping keep everyone separated and safe. And then they come back in for a landing, and the goal is to land and stop as short as possible. You cannot touch the start-finish line. You have to land beyond it, even by just a millimeter. You can't touch any of those blades of grass. Pilots will get heavy on the brakes, get it stopped, and we measure the distance from the line to where those main wheels have stopped. We add those two together, and you get your composite score for the run. You don't get to take your best takeoff and your best landing from all three runs. It's one run at a time. A lot of your heavy hitters of STOL are going to be practicing for you today. Again, it's a heated practice, potentially also followed by open practice. Those competitors, I mean, you got a lot of folks from this series that are going to be competing tomorrow that you've seen all season after season. You've got Nick Ardillo is going to be here. Keith Lang's in a Super Cub. Ryan Melendez coming in. He's a newcomer on the circuit right now from San Diego, California, hoping he makes it in with some of the weather. Kathy Page, you've probably seen her flying in STOL drag more than anything. She's going to be here. Ronnie Sander and Mike Babcock bringing the Badlands Traveler pain for everyone to deal with. And then in the touring class, John Douglas, Kurt Leaders, Rick Holman, Derek Holman going to be flying in the touring class in their malls, and then the wilderness class picking up some steam. Brandon Korn here, John McCardle maybe not. Sounds like he had a mechanical on his brand new Bearhawk 5.
Oh no.
And then backcountry class, Brad Crawford and the Clemens brother, they're not brothers, oh my goodness. Good thing it's practice. The Clemens clan is what I called them before. Jerry Clemens and his nephew, they're not brothers, his nephew, Austin Clemens. They're never gonna let me live that one down. They're all flying Huskies, and Jeff Pohl, Joel Dobson, and Joel Winbach flying either 170 or 172 against them, so that'll be fun to watch. And then Cam Walton is here now at the desk with me, getting ready. We're going to talk a little bit more about Moses Lake in a minute, but Sport Class Cam, really exciting to see. It's going to be Kit Fox's against Levi Nogas, basically, in Pat's S7.
All right.
And then Unlimited is going to be
some Badlands, some Traveler action, some Vaquero action.
Yeah.
Another Rand's S7.
So we're going to be rocking that stuff out all day for you in practice. And again, tomorrow, folks, is when the competition heats up. Weather probably won't be as nice tomorrow, Cam, but it's going to be good.
That's what they're saying. I don't know. I don't believe it. Fake news.
I think it's going to be a little bit cloudy. That's what I'm just going to say. Is it's going to be cloudy. That's going to be a thing we're going to have to deal with. Ceilings, I don't think are going to be an issue tomorrow. And we can operate with pretty low ceilings here at Hartford because we're not Class D. We're not, we've got some different cloud clearance rules to deal with here. So we can operate safely and legally with some lower cloud bases. But I don't think it's going to be an issue. It's definitely worth coming out, checking out. If you're in Wisconsin, I was saying earlier, if you want to come from on your way up to Oshkosh, just hop here, get some good gas. They got good gas. I checked it. I tasted it. The gas here is delicious. So go check out that gas for your plane, not your body, and then zip on up to Oshkosh after the show.
Yeah. We've got some cool stuff going on today.
Yeah, I mean, we see this airport, by the way, folks, like check it out right now. You got J3 Cubs flying around here. This is what I learned to fly. Well, the plane I soloed in is putting around today 186. That might be it right there. It's hard to tell. They're all yellow.
Is it the new yellow one or the older yellow one?
I think they're both old and yellow. So
one of them looks a little older than the other.
Well, we'll find. If it comes in front of us here, I'll let you know. But so Cam, we were. I was hinting as the broadcast started that you and I had a great show in Moses Lake.
Yeah, it's a really good air show. Really good STOL show.
And Cam and I got to announce the whole air show, which was pretty cool. So we were hanging out with Yuichi Tagaki, with Brad Worston,
John Melving.
Yeah, the C-17 West Coast demo team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the beginning of the list. It was a great show there. After the show, you were moving the broadcast trailer back and had a bit of a hiccup.
Ooh.
And we don't need to dig into it too much if you don't want to, but I just want to say, as like we are good friends on this series and we've got to know each other over the years, I'm just so happy you're okay. It was a rough couple hours until we knew you were. Never mind what you experienced,
man.
Cam. Never mind that you went through a really traumatic experience. For me, Cam, it was hard. knowing, waiting to hear that you were okay. But so I just want to say I'm glad you're all right. I know it was a hard experience to go through to have a traffic accident, but glad you're here and glad we can keep the STOL train running.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't realize how tied to a cell phone and like communication like your cell phone is until you lose it, until it burns up in a truck, and then you have to remember phone numbers.
Yeah.
And everything's different after that. So I know everybody had to contact me in my hotel room. The hotel room didn't even have long distance, so it's not like I could call home or call any familiar numbers. So, like, you were trying to call me, Anitra called me, a whole bunch of people tried to call me. Eric tried to call me and couldn't reach me, and half the time I was on the phone, half the time I was trying to eat, get some food, do something. But, like, there's no way to convey that. So, yeah, it's really different when you don't have any of your devices.
Well, you, Cam, so just for folks at home, so it's right if I give a summary, and you can add detail where you're comfortable.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about is that Cam was driving the broadcast trailer back from Moses Lake to Hartford, Wisconsin, to get ready for this show. We have a couple weeks, so the trailer would move all over the country, and in Montana had a accident where the truck rolled multiple times, and you were minorly. Is it fair to say it maybe feels a little bit more than minor when you were injured?
At the time, it was like kind of serious.
Yeah.
But I mean, my camera launched at my face, and I got like a hematoma on my eye.
Hematoma on the eye. That's insane.
Yeah, it was
That's
pretty
the thing.
swollen. It looked like I was in a really bad fight.
Yeah. Well, and I've seen you fight, so you should see the other guy. So Cam had this accident, and then of course the resulting fire after the truck and the trailer came to rest destroyed the contents of everything in it. I hope you're okay with me sharing this. One of the things you said to me is that you were like, I got to get everything out of that trailer, and they were holding you back.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they did, because they don't want anyone to get hurt, but it's just stuff, but I get it.
Yeah.
But you also, to your point, lost phone, shoes,
Yeah.
glasses.
I was barefoot.
Yeah, everything,
I kind
right?
of forget about that.
Yeah. Fairly traumatic. I mean, I don't know. We don't need to dig too much deeper into it if you don't want to, but it just like it was a harrowing thing, and we're all really glad you're okay. And as this event is testament to, we've got a great community of people rallying around us to help bring it back.
Yeah. Very glad to be here. Very glad for the STOL family. It's been a journey. It's been a crazy journey.
Yeah.
But we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to tell your story for you, but is there anything you want to add? I wanted to summarize for folks that were catching up, but like, is there anything you want to add about that experience? I mean,
It's probably good that the truck was a diesel truck, not a gasoline vehicle, because that probably would have exploded with me in it. So,
woof.
Yeah, woof. I mean, I was able to crawl out the back, and then probably about 2 minutes later, it was fully engulfed in flames. Like the first person on the scene was a sheriff, and he asked me if I was okay, and then he went to go get a fire extinguisher, and it was like, one of those short white fire extinguishers, probably like 2 feet in length, and it was not going to do anything for the amount of fire that was happening to the truck. So I'm very fortunate to be here. I'm very fortunate for the people who had stopped and like gave me water and let me call my parents and call Karen and Tom while they were on their vacation.
Yeah, they were on vacation in Ireland, and they get a phone call, and then that starts the whole thread, right? Like, hey, everybody, this is what's going on. We're trying to figure it out. What was cool to me that you maybe didn't know, because you were roadside getting that all sorted out. By the way, look at this beautiful
cavalcade of RVs.
Yeah, squadron of RV aircraft there. Within minutes, folks were mobilizing, through friends of a friend, like, I can get to Montana in an hour, right? Like, people were all mobilizing to come help, and that was pretty cool to see from my side.
Yeah.
So, and I know you didn't, see that till later, but it was cool to see the fast response of the community.
Yeah. It was, it was within the hour. Like, not an hour afterwards. It was within the hour of it happening. Like, people were mobilizing, so it's very cool, the community that we have here.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, we talk a lot about it being like the STOL fam, the STOL family, but it's definitely true. Should we talk about STOL flying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's talk about the season thus far as we get ready for practice again, folks. If you're just joining us, we're at Sodbusters in Hartford, Wisconsin. I don't even remember what stop on the circuit we are. I should probably look that up. It's been a few weeks, folk. So we've come from the West Coast, from Moses Lake, and then before that we were in Ontario, Oregon. And now we're kind of coming central, and then in August we're going to head back west to the mountains of Wyoming.
Oh yeah, Pinedale. That's a really good show.
But what are you looking forward to at Sodbusters Camp? We've got we see the line judges heading out to begin practice here. What are you looking forward to the most today and tomorrow with how the season's been thus far?
This place is a distraction because there's so much happening. Like, we have the STOL competition happening, and then we can see a lot of traffic, like people on their way to Oshkosh. So, like, every once in a while, in between the competition, you can look up and see like a Corsair or a Mustang or just something random. I like seeing that, but as far as the competition goes, I just want to see how dialed in the Badlands Vaquero is. Like,
yeah, that's a huge story this season.
Like, because, you can watch Jonas Marcinko's video about, how the beginning of the Canard started with that, and like how they were getting it dialed in and figured out, and then you can see the competitions that have happened since that video, and like just see how get it dialed in. I was talking to Clint earlier today, and he was talking about how they do R&D with RC. They put a lot of stuff to work with RC with the son, and then
Oh, interesting.
yeah. He was just telling me that on my way here, and they're playing with some things, and
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see how much on his own Hal's got it dialed in.
Yeah, so what to catch people up, so with a couple of the names, just to reference some of the couple of the names if there's newcomers here. Hal Stockman's flying a Badlands Vaqueros, brand new. It's got a canard on the front, which is not a standard configuration for almost any STOL airplane. It has made its appearance in STOL history, having a canard, but it's not normally what you see. And Clint, the name of Clint Buznitz, is the designer of the Badlands series of aircraft, and so that's who you're talking about, his son doing some RC R&D. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's interesting to see like how we saw at Moses Lake. It started off the air show started off with RC, and how Brad Worson like just wrung it out in the MXS or the MX2. I'm sorry, and a lot of his maneuvers look like RC. And
Sure.
You can see that, there's a lot of guys that probably study some RC guys. They're like, I could probably do that in competition and win. And it's good to know that there's like a cheaper application, to some R&D for people who aren't like, just, they don't have like a research facility to work with. And millions of dollars.
Yeah, you don't have a wind tunnel to mess with. So hey, speaking of wind tunnels, we're making our own little wind tunnels over there to the right. So things are about to gear up. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to go to commercial, hear a little bit about the sponsors that have been supporting us over the last couple of weeks, and we'll be right back for the kickoff of practice here at Sodbusters 2025. A special thanks to our local sponsors. Arnold's Environmental Services, the official sanitation provider of Sodbusters STOL. Equipment Rentals, the official equipment rental provider of Sodbusters STOL. Neverland Productions, the official sound of Sodbusters. And thanks to Kylie's Cub Air Flight. At Cub Air Flight, we hold that flying a vintage airplane is as much an art as it is a science. Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, ICOM Radios, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca. And we are back here in Hartford, Wisconsin for Sodbusters 2025. It's a good thing it's practice, Cam. My name is Ryan Dabrowski.
I'm Cam Walton.
This is Cam Walton. We're off to a great start here in Hartford, and we're getting ready to kick practice off in a minute. We got some of the Cub and Vintage Cub class off to our right here, getting ready to practice. Practice is going to be a heated practice, just like we'll go through competition tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then, time permitting, we may extend into open practice. First up here in this, it is one heck of a paint job. People are probably tired of us talking about this paint job. From Appleton, Tennessee, it's race 219, a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub. Give it up for Ed Boyd.
Ed Boyd's originally from Houston, now living in Appleton, Tennessee, just outside of Chattanooga. He started competing at Swamp STOL last year and had a lot of fun, and now he's back for more.
Next up, from Dallas, Texas, it's race number 68, a 2014 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS. Give it up for Nick Ardillo.
Started flying this Carbon Cub in 2014 with Acme Aero upgrades. This is the 8th STOL event for him, and he's owned this Carbon Cub for 3 years.
That's a guy with 15,000 hours of flight time. Next up, from Bellevue, Nebraska, it's race number 76, a 1946 Aranca Champ.
Ooh.
I know you're excited about that one. Give it up for Glenn C.W. Roberts.
Glenn's passion for aviation began at the age of 9 when he first had his flight in a Cessna 150. He served 22 years as an electronic warfare officer in the U.S. Air Force, and he earned his pilot's license in February of 2023.
Glenn also the drone pilot for a national STOL typically.
Yes.
So that'll be a thing that you see in subsequent events gearing back up as well. Love the aerial views he's been providing for us. So a great little mix here. Now, and I was jabbing you, Cam, because you maybe have a champ.
Maybe, just maybe, but yeah. Same setup as Glenn's. 7 CCM, 90 horse. We actually have the same prop. He's got a wood prop. I've got a wood prop, same pitch and everything.
Twinsies.
Twinsies. I have the original Aranca paint job. He's got the more snazzy, more modern Aranca paint job. So yeah, we're gonna see how he performs today as we're off for the first takeoff for Sodbusters.
So there goes Ed Boyd in that beautiful Cub. And we're going to see what kind of numbers he's putting down right off the bat. You noticed a few things, folks, if you're new here. They can take off pretty short. To put this in perspective, here's Nick Ardillo at the line, by the way. Put this in perspective, when I fly my Cessna 172,
yep.
Just an old spam cam, I'm not taking off on this runway at all. I'm not making it. All right. And Nick Ardillo grabbing a little bit of bite of the air there, just yanking it into the sky.
Yeah.
I want to be clear. I could land on the whole runway in my 172, but I might not be able to take off before the end of this one the way I fly it. Now, Glenn Roberts. Spinning up that prop.
That beautiful wooden prop.
And I want to point out, he's in the, ooh, there we go.
Yeah.
Little Gusto from Glenn. Oh, that might be his new call sign, Gusto.
Gusto.
All right, so here's the thing, folks. Like, that plane, way less horsepower than the others it's flying against. He's in the vintage
90.
Cub class. He's not competing against Lee Boyd, who's turning left base right now off in the distance there. He's in a different category.
Yeah, more classic vintage category.
But an important thing to represent here in STOL, because if you want to get involved in flying STOL, a champ, a J3 Cub, like we see here at the flight school, Kylie's Cub Air Flight, like these are planes that are pretty capable. And then you might not be able to go like super high up into the backcountry, out west, but you're going to be able to land, grass fields, a long enough sandbar, and you can get into it. Well, how much can you get into a champ for these days?
The lowest price I've seen recently, $23.
$23.
$23.
Yeah.
Doll
okay.
hairs.
Doll hairs. Here's Lee Boyd now, takeoff of 80 feet. Let's see what he pairs it with here in practice. Getting a little bit of left wing drop there. Corrected it with rudder. He's got the flaps down.
And we got a nice little gust happening right now. And he's good over the line. We see Lexi giving double thumbs up.
Looks like he's going to be around the 125 to 150 foot landing mark there.
And that beautiful Cub Crafters.
Lee is one to watch tomorrow for sure. He's been on the podium more often than he's not. Now, Nick Ardillo coming in from the left, short final, also in a Cub type, also with big fat bush wheels hanging down. Good over the line as well, I believe.
Yeah. Looks like Lexi's giving us a double thumbs up. He's good over the line. He was a little bit hotter than Lee, but looked like he got it stopped in almost the same amount of distance.
Yeah, maybe a little bit over 150. Lee Boyd, by the way, in first now for practice with a combined score of 203. Nick Ardillo, combined score of 260.
All right.
And Glenn coming in, nice big burble there, and he's going to transition into a go-around. That is exactly what you want to see from our pilots as he goes back up into the wild blue yonder there. So a go-around, folks, is when you do exactly that. You go around.
Yeah.
You go around the pattern. So you saw him touch down, maybe a little fast, hard to tell from here at the announcer's table. Bounce back up into the air, and rather than ride that back down when you only have maybe a third of the runway remaining here in the STOL competition, full beans, as it were, push that throttle knob all the way forward and go back around in the pattern. Lee Boyd is going to take his second chance at bat. Ooh, easing it off. Nick Ardillo taxiing up to the line. Here comes Nick Ardillo. Oh my God, you said this place was a distraction. You're 100% right. I was looking at that aerobatic aircraft that just landed. All right, Nick Ardillo, full bore off sub 125. His best takeoff so far, 103. Lee Boyd, by the way, check out that number.
70. I mean, 10 feet off of his last landing, or his last takeoff, excuse me.
Right now, we don't have a weather station here at Hartford Airport, but the closest airport to us, West Bend Municipal, is reporting 4 knots of wind. I think it feels like we have a little bit more than 4.
Yeah, it feels a little bit more than 4.
So looking at the windsock behind us here, we've got some gusts, right? I can feel a gust right now coming through the tent. So that's going to help us get shorter numbers.
As we have Glenn on final. So you should have his carb heat, his little carb heat. He should have his carb heat in, essentially. And then he doesn't have flaps, so we saw him come in with a little speed last time. This time it's going to be a scratch for Glenn. It's going to get it stopped.
And that airplane, again, we talked about the performance difference, right? We talked about the flaps. He said he doesn't have flaps. So if you're new to aviation, folks, the flaps are the control surfaces on the inboard part of the wing closest to the fuselage. I'm just dropping all sorts of aviation vocabulary on you right now. Fuselage is where you sit. Basically, you sit in the cockpit, which is in the fuselage. Oh my God, Venn diagram this stuff. The flaps, you can see on Lee Boyd's airplane now, they're hanging down in the middle. And what those do is they provide drag to help you slow down, have a steeper descent rate, but they also add lift. Very important in STOL operations. He's going to put a little burst of power to get over the line, kind of pop it down over now, heavy on the brakes, and he's balancing the brake pressure out with the elevator, the control surface at the back of the airplane that controls pitch. You're up and down.
Along with the rudder at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah. So let's round it out. The other 2 things you need to hear us talk about are rudders. You can see as Glenn taxis by here. The rudder is the control surface at the very back of the plane that is just like the rudder on a boat, controls what we call yaw. And then ailerons are the control surfaces at the outboard side of the wing that control roll to the left and right. Now here's Nick Ardillo. Pretty stable. A little bit of gust coming through the tent here. Here, he had it right on the angle. So the stall horn is a thing that we talk about a lot. You might hear it in planes like Nick's. Who had really worked to get it stopped there. A little bit of a fade to the right. That stall horn, if you hear that horn going off in some of these airplanes that are fabric especially, we can hear that horn. You hear that beep. That's good when you're low to the ground. It's bad when you're too high above it. That's part of landing. On my plane, you don't have anything like that in the Champ, right?
Nope.
Mine sounds like, wah!
That's me.
That's just you.
Yeah,
next to me.
we're the well. I'm the stall horn in my plane.
Just ah!
Yay!
Okay, Glenn Roberts now for his second takeoff of practice here at Sodbusters. Getting that tail up. Pulling back and off. They pulled back a little early, and you'll hear Cam and I talk about that. Cam, do you want to explain what we mean by pulling a little early?
Yeah, if you pull the stick back and it leaps off the ground, that is about the optimal time that you want to actually pull. That means that you're up on airspeed, like the wing wants to fly, aircraft wants to fly. So if you pull and you see the aircraft not really want to hop off the ground like that, then you're pulling just a little bit too early as Lee Boyd's on the go. And he pulls right now and the aircraft is airborne. He pulled at the optimal time.
And the problem with pulling early isn't just that you don't take off as when you want to. It actually, you're reintroducing a lot of drag, right? You've got the tail wheel back down on the ground. You've got more aerodynamic drag because the airplane's in an angle of attack configuration against the wind. And so it actually slows you back down. So let's watch Nick Ardillo with a very critical eye. Perfect.
Yes. Precision.
Well, you'd expect that from a 15,000-hour airline pilot.
Yeah, also a KC-135 pilot in the Air Force.
Passing gas.
Passing gas.
Yeah, for a living, that's what he did. Okay, so check this out. A little bit less wind this time around, I think, because both Nick and Lee have longer takeoff distances this third run. 87 feet for Lee Boyd. Nick Ardillo with a 113-foot takeoff. Glenn Roberts, again, different class of airplane, 489. His was longer. I think that earlier pull really hurt him there. 335 was his first takeoff.
Yeah.
So dramatically longer in the Champ for Glenn Roberts on his second attempt.
Yeah, the Champ is not exactly your STOL aircraft. You can fly it in competition like Glenn is doing right now, but this is not an airplane that we're really trying to purpose build for STOL competition. It's a great putt-putt airplane, easy airplane to get into and out of and to maintain. But, I mean, he's showing us what a Champ can do because I'm going to have similar numbers to what he's doing.
Nursing it down to the grass. Good over the line now, giving up about 100 feet before he touched down. Keeping that wing lined up. You can see he had a little bit of crosswind from the left, picking up that wing.
Yeah.
Correcting with aileron, getting that correct crosswind correction in all the way and got it stopped there down by the end of the runway in the Champ. That would mean Lee Boyd now coming in on final to your left.
And you would think that, you know, because Glenn doesn't have flaps, that he's not got a lot of workload in the cockpit, but he really does, especially with his crosswinds. I mean, he's going to have to put aileron inputs in to counteract the crosswind while he's on the ground. So he's flying while he's on the ground. Lee Boyd on short final. Give him just a little gas.
That was a nice one for Lee Boyd, popping it down.
Yeah, hopped right over the line.
And he's kind of dropping the, I mean, you're going to see different airplanes here of different capabilities, right? Some of these Badlands, these Apex-powered Badlands travelers you're going to see later are fire-breathing, right?
Yeah.
But Lee Boyd and the other Cub class competitors, here comes Nick Ardillo on final approach, like they are almost like the standard bearers, right? This is what a Cub can do. Everything is longer or shorter than this. This is our baseline. So here comes Nick Ardillo now. Again, very precise. Ooh, it dropped out just after the line and stopped. I'm going to call that, what, 160, 165?
Yeah.
Lee Boyd's combined score was 212 on that last run. His best so far, 203. Third run for Nick Ardillo, 273.
160 on the nose, sir. That was very good.
It's just because that's exactly in front of me.
Oh, okay. Like the parallax is killing me right now. Because 150 looks like 125 to me.
Glenn Roberts taking off in the champ. Oh, that's a sporty little nose down action for a champ. And he did end up pulling a little early again there. It's funny because you don't see the classics fly like that unless it's like a Super Cub or a Beaver or something that's like a working plane, right? Like to see a champ get like the tail wheel dug into the ground like that is always a little dramatic. You don't see that happen at the flight school airplanes here at Hartford. So Glenn's going to go around in the champ, and I want to take a minute just to talk about our friends at Kylie's Cub Air Flight here. I love this place. This place, for me, feels like aviation home, almost in a similar way that Oshkosh does.
Yeah.
Oshkosh, for me, it's about reconnecting with all the people. It's no different here, but there's just something about the culture that they've built for this airfield at Hartford, that Cub Air Flight, Kylie's Cub Air Flight, they've pulled together. They believe in vintage aviation as a way to get in, stick and rudder, classic flying. You obviously learned in a champ, so you're no stranger to that.
Yeah.
But there's something about my first time ever here at Hartford was actually, I came out first to fly gliders because there's a glider club that flies out of here too.
Yep.
And I'll just be honest, I got really pukey. I got pretty green. And I was sitting there trying to regain my composure after the flight, and all these people came up to check on me. Just people that just hang out here all day, fly here all day. You got the gliding grandmas, I like to call them, right? They're like with their lemonade and their cookies, taking care of me. And that was when I saw the Piper Cubs flying, and I wandered over to Steve's hangar and said, "How do I do that? That seems like I'll be less nauseous than the glider." That was not true. I also got very nauseous in the J3s. You have to just beat it out of yourself. You just gotta put in reps. But there's something about that idea of like you're a stranger here, and they immediately welcome you in as family.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. So great hospitality this weekend from the folks at Cub Air Flight. You should check them out if you're thinking about learning to fly. Here is Glenn Roberts. Oh, good over the line.
Great over the line.
Got a lot of energy to dissipate there. Again, he doesn't have flaps to help slow him down like the other airplanes. And he can't get what we call behind the power curve, right? He can't hang it on the prop and come in balanced on the prop. He's got to just fly it like a big quotes, normal airplane. So that is what he's got going on for him.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got mechanical or hydraulic brakes, but either way, I mean, they're not going to be. Well, actually, if they were hydraulic, they'd probably call. Oh wait, hydraulic.
Hydraulic brakes.
All
There
right.
you go on a champ.
All right.
Who would have thought? Wait, are they toe brakes on a champ?
No. Oh, he's got the toe brakes. They're not heel brakes. Okay.
Toe brakes too. So, so now we have to go into vintage aircraft design for folks. Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you want to explain the difference between heel brakes and toe brakes?
Yeah. So my aircraft has my 90-horse champ has heel brakes.
Which you push with your heel.
Yes.
Of
So
your
I have
foot.
the forefoot, my forefeet are manipulating the rudders by themselves, and then my heels are manipulating the brakes. So if you don't have a steerable tail wheel, you're doing a lot of differential braking. And so you're like trying to turn the aircraft with brakes. I have a steerable tail wheel, so like it'll swivel, it'll allow me to turn the aircraft. But With the toe brakes, now the rudder controls are not only being manipulated by your forefoot, like you're pushing with your whole foot, but now you're pivoting your toes in, like you're pushing with your toes to actuate the brakes. So instead of actuating the brakes with your heels, like I'm doing, and manipulating the rudders with my toes, essentially, now you're manipulating the brakes with your toes and also the rudders, basically just pushing them in. So, yeah, he's got an advantage on me for sure. Those hydraulic toe brakes are very comfortable. I love the classic, like just heel brakes, mechanical brakes, but like in competition, like he's gonna have the one up on me.
I feel like with heel brakes, the way that I was taught was just don't.
Don't use them.
Don't use them.
I mean, yeah, especially if you're
like
landing
unless
in
you
the
really
grass.
need to. Like it's because you've got to get your foot off the rudder pedal half the time to use them at all.
Yeah.
And so for a lot of folks, unless you really develop the the tippy tappy tap dance,
The tippy tappy, yeah,
like
yeah.
it's really hard to use them. So I feel like, especially with a new pilot learning here, they're just like, hey, maybe just like run ups. They're good for run ups.
Yeah.
They're good. And if you need to stop. But it's not the same way. Like for me, I don't think I ever totally got comfortable being able to feed in brake to correct directional control.
Yeah.
It was always a purely rudder operation for me with those heel brakes, and never really got super comfortable using it. You'll see pilots today, folks, that will be coming down. They might be coming, veering to the left, and not only are they adding rudder to keep the airplane straight down the runway, they are also tapping that brake to keep the airplane directly controlled, and that toe brake really makes a big advantage here.
I do enjoy. So my best friend is gonna. He always makes it a point that real pilots take the first taxiway. So when we're out there at Russellville Municipal Airport in Arkansas, like, I don't use the brakes. Like if I'm landing on the runway, I'm usually doing like a wheel landing, nice, beautiful, like skirt, wheel landing, and then
Skirt.
maybe taking the second taxiway. But I don't really use the brakes at all. So we'll see what happens now that CW's thrown the gauntlet in on the champ side.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get in there with them. Okay, next up, folks, we got another heat of practice getting ready to kick off from Wasilla, Alaska. Check it out, race number 50, 1951 Super Cub PA-18. Give it up for Keith Lang.
Keith Lang is a resident Alaskan and a wildlife biologist. He travels between Alaska and the lower 48, managing a wildlife control business based in Alaska and North Carolina.
This man has owned 27 aircraft and flown over 82 different types. That's a lot.
That is a bunch of airplanes. We get to see an aircraft that we haven't seen in a while on the STOL circuit either.
Yeah, normally is the one he flies is the opposite color.
Yeah. So this is a treat for us. It's been a while. I don't know what the name of this one is. This one isn't Pepper, is it?
Is this Salt?
Salt. Okay.
Salt.
Lisa Ray coming
Salt
in from
and
the
pepper.
crowd.
That makes sense.
Yep.
If you have one Cub, you might as well have two Cubs.
Yes.
And he's got a third one. I'm hearing he's got a third one.
And then the
Plane-
Alpha 1.
Yeah, and he's got his big secret project that he's still working on.
Ooh.
That's going to be cool to see. Yeah, the plane's so nice he bought it thrice. Keith Lang, folks.
I mean, how much more Alaskan does it get than a Super Cub?
Now, you're going to see this champ taxi up again. So from Plattsmouth, Nebraska, race number 176, it's that 1946 Aranca champ, this time flown by Ron Hansen.
Ron Hansen started flying when, actually, I'm trying to read this, sorry. Started flying with a wet C-172, so okay, 172 rental. when the rentals were $32 an hour, he earned his private pilot certificate at Maxwell Air Force Base Aero Club in Montgomery, Alabama, and after relocating in Nebraska in 2001, earned his instrument rating in 2006. So Ron is CW's aircraft partner, and he was the one who was correcting us about what type
The
of
hydraulic
brakes.
brakes. Wow, we are digging in on the Nerdville.
Yeah.
Toe brakes, heel brakes, hydraulic brakes, mechanical brakes.
Well, it's a good way to get back into the activity since the accident, since we're starting fresh.
Yeah,
anew.
we got to just nerd out.
Yeah.
Just Cam and Ryan nerding out. We should have a little podcast.
Yes.
So watch Keith. He's a bit of a poet in the air. Just gracefully easing it off.
Oh, yeah.
Keith was telling me that this aircraft was just out of annual, and some of the things that are being corrected in the airplane fixed. You know, every annual, you got to fix things, chase little issues that happen up over a year of flying. It's not exactly where he wants it to be for competition. Now that it is out of annual, he's got to do some more work on it. Okay, here's the champ with Ron Hansen at the controls, pulling back. Oh, you know what I just realized? I just realized it. We got two guys flying the same plane. We got to see which one's the better pilot.
Oh, yeah. We got a little competition going on.
Glenn is pointing at himself saying it's him, but I'm going to say it's definitely Ron just based on that first takeoff. Let's take a look. So the number from the scoring is not in yet for Ron, but Glenn's best takeoff was his first one, 335, but his best combined score was 909, his third run. So let's see what happens for Ron Hansen as he comes back around to see if he, in practice at least, can start a little grudge match between his co-owner. Keith Lang's takeoff, if you're keeping score at home, 162. So a little bit longer than Lee and Nick, who we'd be competing against. Here comes Keith Lang now, base to final, on your left here at Hartford. While he's coming down, I want to say hi to a bunch of people in the chat, but first, Race Control letting us know. Keith says he's got an issue with his right brake, so he might be landing a little long this time due to an issue with the right brake on that aircraft. So we'll keep an eye on that as he comes in on final approach here. Settling in now, very stable. Flaps down again, adding that drag and lift. Little burst of power.
Yeah.
Get it down over the line. Good. Over the line easily now on the brakes, but if he's got an issue with that right one, he's got to be careful about how much he gives on the left side.
Yep.
You can see it starting to turn left as the left one gets a little more purchase there.
Yeah. But masterful landing from Keith Lang.
I would expect nothing less.
Yes, from a resident Alaskan.
The other funny thing about talking to Keith yesterday as he got into Hartford, he's like, man, it sure is nice to be landing in a place where I don't have to worry about all the mountains. And I was like, Keith, the funny thing is I fly over these cornfields all the time going, man, I wish I had some mountains to look at.
Yeah.
The grass literally is always greener. Here's Ron Hansen now, onshore final in the champ.
Little speed. Once again, he doesn't have flaps, so he's not able to change the geometry of the wing and allow for that to slow down.
So he's down and stopped. He's getting graded by the judges. I'm still waiting to see his takeoff score in the score sheet here, so that'll get updated in just a moment. So for now, because there's no score on the board for Ron, CW is at least for now the better of the two pilots. Oh, here we go. Combined score. Oh, it's going to be a hard day to be CW. 869 for Ron Hansen.
418 on that takeoff.
Yeah, nice one there. So 909 for CW is his best. So at least tonight, until competition tomorrow, Ron, between the two aircraft owners here, has the bragging rights.
Even though Glenn has the shorter takeoff, that wasn't counted, but 335 compared
He
to
does have the, yes, that's a good point. He does have the best takeoff, but he paired it with a scratch. Here's Keith Lang now. We just got a meat delivery, by the way. Meet our friends at the Pinedale Rocky Mountain STOL competition. They have a tradition of handing us random sticks of meat during the competition, and Angela just dropped those off, and I'm excited to eat my bison. Charging like a bison now, Keith Lang. Yanking it back, maybe a little early. Didn't fly exactly when he wanted it to. He's going to get those flaps tucked up and get some flying speed. And off into the traffic pattern he goes. Ron Hansen now at the line in the champ.
All right. Putting that wood prop to work. He's going to bring the tail up slowly. All 90 horses from his Continental C90.
And that was clean.
Yeah,
that was a
good
really
takeoff.
Clean takeoff. Really nice one there for him.
He's got a decent gust right now that's aiding him, but I mean, also I'm not going to detract from that. I mean, it's a very good takeoff.
Want to take a minute to talk about some of our sponsors here at National STOL that have been so critical in getting us back up and running. We're going to talk about our friends at Fly Orca. Orca was created to help you achieve your aviation goals. You can connect with the community, discover training opportunities, and share your journey from tracking your improvements over time and reflecting on your progress to striving alongside your buddies, finding trusted instructors, and celebrating your aviation journey with familia and friends. Fly Orca, we're here to keep your aviation fire burning strong. Big thanks to them for helping us get things back up and running.
Yeah, we enjoy our friends at Fly Orca. Miss Adriana giving us some love out there.
So here comes Keith Lang now on short final, as we call it, in National STOL, and he's going to get that airplane settled back. There you go. Nose is coming up, slowing it down, plopping it down.
Yeah.
And that's something we talk a lot about, too, folks. If you're new to National STOL, you'll hear me preach over and over again, especially because the internet trolls get involved.
Yeah.
It's not, a little bit pointing to the left there at the end, by the way.
Yep.
We understand that's a brake issue. Race control may still say, Keith, keep her straight, buddy. And he's going to say, I'm trying.
Trying.
And they're going to say, try harder. So the internet trolls, you know, they talk about like, oh, it's not a very smooth landing. Dudes, in STOL competition, certainly, but also in STOL backcountry, right? Like real STOL flying. It's not always about passenger comfort. We all can't be Air Force pilots, right? That's not what we're doing here. We want to get it down and stop. So you're going to plop it in. You're going to work those gear. You're going to work those shocks.
Yeah, you're going to put a lot of force downward more so than forward.
Very
nice smooth tail landing, or I'm sorry, wheel landing from Ron.
Very graceful.
Yeah, and he's going to get it stopped. I mean, like, that's...
Well done, Ron Hansen. Sorry, CW.
Man.
Sorry, Glenn.
He's throwing down right now. It's a little intimidating.
He not only has beat him on score, he's also, I think, now beat him on style points,
He's
too.
beating me right now, too.
Yeah,
so,
that's real good. That was a 304. Oh, and he also 304-foot takeoff in that last run. So he is he's working it. Looks like we got a Cub coming in on a left. I'm guessing they're going to go for the hard service there, a left base.
Yeah, that's
for what is that, 2-9 over there?
surely not.
Oh, we're just coming all the way around.
Okay, all right.
All right.
I mean, that is a true STOL landing.
That's a little 180 action.
A little
Getting her
backcountry,
landed
like,
and down.
yeah.
No idea who that is. I'll have to pull the competitor log, but someone's coming in for practice. They earned some style points as well just then.
All right. A nice 180, as you put it.
Oh, it's Kelly Qualls.
No, that's not Kelly.
No?
No, Kelly is 2 nips.
Stan, well, no one knows, but we were going to look it up, and then Eric Farewell, one of the folks that runs National STOL, came in and gave us the wrong information, and then made us sound real professional on the mic. So thanks for that, Eric. He's totally ignoring me right now. I was like, thanks for the great
It's okay.
He had
That's
he had
why
an itch on his head there. He had to take care of.
we know our pilots, and
Yeah, we know them. We're a professional.
we know they're in numbers for the most part, especially friends of friends of friends.
So
Keith Lang, tail up, in salt, with the wolf on the side.
that was Kirk Miles. So everybody was wrong. Kirk Miles coming in
Womp womp.
with the style points. Kirk Meese. So not only did we get it wrong 3 times with the end number, I also pronounced his name wrong incorrectly as well. Again, practice day. Okay. So Kirk Meese.
Man.
Or Mize, I'll ask him in the briefing. We'll get the pronunciation right. But
Ron
either
is-
way, he's a winner in my book with that great 180 coming into land.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile,
Ron is throwing down the champ. He's been out there practicing, it looks like.
Keith Lang just had his best takeoff, by the way, of practice with a 149-foot takeoff. He is on downwind now. Off in the distance there, you're going to see him roll to the left as he banks it around into what we call the base leg. And from base leg, which is right here, he's going to continue that turn. A lot of times we'll call on the radio, I'm base to final, which means he's turning right through here, and every pilot kind of knows where to look when you say that. And then now he would be established on final approach. There he is, coming in on final approach now, coming in low.
Wind's blowing a little bit. We can see our flags dancing out there, so he should have some good authority there with some engine modulation to get him across the line. Probably gave up 50 or so feet, maybe 75. Parallax is getting me right now, but he's going to get it stopped.
A little bit of that left fade again on that one brake that's not working super great.
Yeah,
but yeah, it
probably
did
getting
give up
worse.
like 50 to 75 feet on that one. Not as accurate as we normally see, Keith. He's going to vacate the runway, no delay. And to the left, we've got Ron Hansen now coming in the champ.
Throwing the gauntlet down in the champ.
Skimming the top of the grass.
Oh, man.
A little bit of bouncies, but he got it taken care of. Nicely done.
I am impressed. And mostly because I'm not going to be throwing down those type of numbers at the moment.
We'll see. Next time you come out and play,
we'll
we
see-
see
we'll
what you
see.
do.
But,
I'm mostly enjoying the opportunity to razz Glenn Roberts, our drone pilot, because we've obviously toured the country with him, and it's great to see him out flying competitively. But you got to rib your friends when you can rib your friends. And
Oh,
that's-
yeah, and he can take
That's
it.
what we're doing right now.
He's got thick skin.
While they reset, let's talk about another one of our sponsors. We got Tundra Tailwheel. We might even see them on some of the aircraft here practicing today. Tundra Tailwheel, if you're fed up with tailwheel shimmy, you're looking for a sleeker design with added security of a locking tailwheel, proudly made in America, Tundra Tailwheels deliver exactly what you need. You can join the ranks of countless STOL champions. I don't know if that's not good marketing. I don't know what is. You can join the ranks of countless STOL champions who trust Tundra Tailwheels. Our products are now compatible with Leaf Spring T3, Acme Aero, and TK1 suspensions. You can upgrade your aircraft today at tundratailwheel.com. Also take a minute to talk about our friends at iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot. iFly EFB is the complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows. That's a big differentiator. Not a lot of them do all three. This has all the advanced features pilots want and the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market. The iFly EFB team brings together the perfect balance of technology and real-world flight experience. They offer prize packs to our pilots, rotates through each of the competition classes. I believe at Moses Lake, the Cub Class was awarded the iFly EFB prize subscriptions.
Yes.
Big thanks to them for their support. Legendary Coffee Company as well, another Company, another sponsor we should thank for their assistance here, where aviation passion flirts shamelessly with the seduction of coffee roasting. Ooh. Ooh.
Bougie.
A premier air-roasted small batch, single origin, specialty grade direct trade with a promise of never bitter, always better, as you said, Cam, bougie coffee. You can join this caffeinated joyride, and let's elevate your coffee experience to new altitudes, because life's too short for bitter dumpster fire brews. Folks, you can use coupon code STOL10, 10% off of your order. That's STOL10, STOL10 for 10% off your order to support National STOL. We really appreciate Legendary Aviation Coffee Company and their support. We got some cool planes taxiing out right now.
Yeah, here our first fire breather of the day, the Yamaha Apex engine. Is this Matt Dorson?
So we're over to the sport class now. From Lancaster, Kansas. Race number 95 is a 1995 Kit Fox 4. Everyone give it up for Matt Dorsum.
Matt Dorsum, as Ryan says, from Lancaster, Kansas. Runs heavy equipment for a living and bought the Kit Fox halfway through his flight training.
And like Cam mentioned, this thing's a fire breather. It's the first time at practice you're going to see a Yamaha Apex motor. It's not a motor traditionally designed for aviation use. This one's 160 horsepower on that tiny little plane. That airplane's got an empty weight of 775 pounds.
Yeah, it's going to be lighter than Glenn and Ron's Champ. With a way more horsepower.
Almost double the horsepower.
Yeah.
So Matt Dorsum's going to be showing you what sport class aircraft can do. We'll see who's next out on the practice docket. These Kit Foxes are really interesting. So we've been giving you guys and gals a rundown of the different aircraft control surfaces. Let's call it Cam and Ryan's Aviation 101.com. We should register that. The Kit Fox is different.
Yeah. It's got flaperons. Kind of melds two of the control surfaces together.
Yep, everything all in one control surface. It's mixed mechanically. Here comes a yellow Kit Fox and another Kit Fox behind it.
The electric Fox.
So this is from Wyobraska, Nebraska. Race number 164. It's a 1999 Kit Fox Model 4. Give it up for Kyle Patterson.
Kyle is an electrical power lineman by trade and flies a Kit Fox 4, nicknamed Electric Fox. We've seen him on the STOL circuit before. He's been out.
Yeah. Electric Boogaloo? No. Maybe. And another Kit Fox coming out to play from Franklin, Michigan. It's a 2021 Kit Fox Model 5. You can see a little bit different on the nose there, different nose shape. Race number 58. Everyone give it up for TJ Johnson.
TJ was raised in Reno, Nevada and learned to fly at Stead Airport, former home of the Reno Air Races. Now he lives in Michigan and has been a GA pilot for 18 years. I saw him at Arkansas. Arkansas. Yeah.
From Belton, Texas, it's race number 55. It's a 2006 Rans S7, this time piloted by Levi Nogues. So Levi been a pilot on the circuit for a long time. You often see him in his Storch, his replica World War II German spotter plane.
Yeah,
called
really
a Storch.
Cool.
This is, I think, a third scale, two-thirds scale.
Yeah, 2/3 scale, Rotax powered. Really, really nice aircraft. It's got oleo gear like a Champ would have.
Here's Matt Dorsum now. Hey, okay. Sport class is here to stay at Sodbusters.
Oh, man.
Burning those dynos.
Yeah. Is that?
I agree. There's a little dude in the audience right now who just screamed, "Wow!" I agree, little dude. 100%.
100%. And the Electric Fox is on the go. Same style aircraft, different engine.
A little bit less engine, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, yeah.
So Matt Dorsum had nearly the shortest takeoff of practice today with 95 feet. Here comes TJ Johnson. Also quite short, right around the maybe 150-foot mark, maybe a little bit longer.
Yeah.
That airplane probably looks a little bit more familiar. Look at Levi's style points here, just holding that tail up.
He's just throwing the reins around.
He's just going to keep that tail up. Levi Nogas. Nice. Nice and short.
And
That's not his normal airplane, but he's flying it like he's been flying it forever.
Right. And these guys have a good win right now,
So the sport class is out playing right now. Matt Dorsum with a takeoff of 95 feet. 110 is next in line. Levi Nogas in practice. And then 1 foot separating Kyle Patterson and TJ Johnson. So it's really the Kit Foxes versus Levi in that Ranza 7. It's funny because you've got the two kind of like quintessential home-built backcountry planes, like kind of before American Legend and before Carbon, Cub Crafters and those airplanes became known quantities. These were the ones you'd buy, these like smaller backcountry airplanes that you could build. These are all kit airplanes, by the way. You could build them in your garage or your hangar. Matt Dorsum on the left.
getting it slow on final. You can hear him modulating the throttle. He's just going to plop it right over the line. Probably gave up 25 feet or so, maybe 50 feet.
And you saw maybe the first example of, I think an air cam just took off.
Yeah.
So that was cool. Squirrel. So Cam and Ryan get distracted by airplanes today at Sodbusters. So you saw the first example. What you noticed is Matt got really heavy on the brakes. That nose starts to go beyond the horizontal point, and the hairs on the back of everyone's neck stand up, right?
Yeah,
like, is it going to nose over? But he did exactly the right thing. Barely even happened, right? It was like a fraction of a second. Lets up on the brakes, maybe a little bit of throttle if you need to keep the tail down, and then, of course, stick full back, right?
Yep.
Kyle Patterson now in the Electric Fox.
You see him using the rudder as he's losing aileron authority. He slows down, gets it right over the line.
Oh,
Lexi's
big bounce.
Double thumbs up from Lexi.
And I thought that was going to be a go-around, but notice how it bounced the second time, and then he pushed the stick forward to kind of plant those mains. He's like, no, we are not flying anymore, Kit Fox. we are done. You need to stay down. All right, here comes the next Kit Fox, TJ Johnson. Burst of power to get him over the line. Now he's going to give up, almost 150 feet.
Yeah.
That burst of power, it's a double-edged sword. He's just going to roll out, it looks like. When you add that burst of power, what happens is you get a little more throttle, right? It gives you a little more lift over the wings to keep you over the line. But now you've got all that energy your brakes need to dissipate. So double-edged sword there. And that actually came in as a scratch for TJ Johnson.
Okay.
Because he didn't stop.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
And a scratch for Kyle Patterson as well. So those would not count in normal competition. Here comes Levi Nogas now in the Rands S7. This is Pat McIntyre's plane. Pat's going to fly it. Pat's son Tanner's going to fly it. Pretty sure I'm also going to fly it probably.
I flew it. I flew it at Lone Star last year. It was awesome. And just
very
smooth
gracefully
like butter.
done.
Yeah. feel like I hear the sound of rounds somewhere.
You got a twin landing, it looks like, on the hard surface runway.
Yeah, I heard something above us.
Well, there's like a SBD Dauntless or something parked. No, that's not fired up yet.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. Either that or an Avenger. It's looking very turkey-ish. So we have Matt Dorsum and the Kit Fox, followed by Kyle Patterson and his Kit Fox, and TJ Johnson and his Kit Fox.
Kit Fox on Fox.
Kit Foxy.
Yeah. So let's look at the way that all netted out, by the way. So Matt Dorsum in the sport class, if this were competition, he would be in the lead with a combined score of 293.
Yes.
Kyle Patterson not on the board yet. TJ Johnson was revised from a scratch now to 999, so his score will be 1,146 feet. That's the longest for the day, but that's what you get when you don't stop. And then Levi Nogues with a combined score of 310. So just 17 feet separating Levi and Matt here in practice today at Sodbusters.
Matt Dorsum on the go. With
That
another.
Didn't even seem like he was working as hard as the last time.
Yeah, it looks like another sub 100-foot takeoff. Or just a little bit over 100 feet, 106 feet.
So about 11 feet longer than his first takeoff. Kyle Patterson.
And the Electric Fox.
It's electric. Do, 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 do. So we wait for him to take off here. I'm great at karaoke night. Okay, so
I believe it.
watching this lineup, Cam, what are you thinking for tomorrow? Like, I'm just one run into practice here for the sport class, but
You know, Matt Dorsum's going to be hard to beat with that Apex engine and that light platform. But I've seen TJ, as I mentioned, at Arkansas or Bird's Backcountry Flight Festival, whichever one it was, and he was throwing down out there too. So I figure whatever he's doing right now, if he's landing long, it's, you know, he's playing like the ringer right now. Ooh.
okay. TJ's saying, hey, Matt, what's up?
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if TJ just comes out of nowhere. But can't forget Levi. I mean, Levi's flying Pat's aircraft, and like Levi is a master of STOL. So
Well, this plane you're going to see compete later in the unlimited class. Like, it is on paper like something the Kit Foxes should be afraid of. Like, look at that, right?
Yeah.
Like, Levi's not messing around. The thing about that airplane, right, it's been modified over the years to become like this unlimited class competitor.
Right.
Even just the way it sits on the ground, right? It's just that super high alpha. And then the Rands typically has it's not a technical term, but like a liftier wing than the Kit Fox kind of traditionally, right? Got a few seconds before our airplanes come around the pattern here. And I want to say hi to a couple folks in the chat. Melinda Woods is in the chat saying hello. Hello, Melinda from Central Florida Sun and Fun area. Thanks so much for watching. Red Baron Modeling here. Talking about how the Kit Fox just pops off the ground. His name's Byron. He's from the STOL world.
Yep, from Kentucky, I believe.
Yeah, from Kentucky. So he's doing all the STOL stuff, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. Chris Kanata is here. Hello to you. Brown Dog, 942, looking at the wigwag lights. Hey, Brown Dog, thanks for watching. Okay, Matt Dorsum now over the line. Whopping it on those mains. No fear. Nice landing by Matt Dorsum.
But yeah, we got lots of STOL love in the chat.
And what is interesting in the chat right now, Byron from STOL World, Red Baron Modeling, is talking about the cowl shape of the Kit Foxes. So if you're a real big Av Geek nerd, you'll notice that Matt's got the old school round cowl on his airplane. So does the Electric Fox coming in on final here. But then if you look at TJ's, which will be coming around the bend in just a minute, it's actually just turning base. Oh, no, it's on final approach there. It's got a more modern cowl shape. See how it's all round and buttoned up there?
Different model year, I think. His is a Kit Fox 5, and these are 4s.
Yep. Electric Fox keeping it balanced. Oh, nicely done. Stopped out there in the grass.
And if we want to be real serious, the Rands, so Pat's Rands has Kit Fox like ties because it was built by a STOL competitor that used to fly Kit Fox 4. Jared Justice built that aircraft, then sold it to Jared Garrettson, who sold it to Pat McIntyre.
Here's TJ over the line. I think stopping with the wheels just completely locked up.
Oh, man.
And that's right around 200 feet. Now we're really seeing what tomorrow could end up being.
Yeah. Yeah, this turf is this actual grass turf. We have to distinguish difference between the turf that we had at Moses Lake, the artificial turf, and this beautiful grass turf that we have here in Wisconsin, which allows for some locked up tires and some skidding and some stopping. I could totally be barefoot out here, like just living my complete shoeless Arkansas life.
Here comes Levi now in the Rands S7, settling in. I didn't know the pedigree of that airplane, Cam. That was cool. I didn't know that was the lineage. Here comes Levi now, nice and slow. Nice 3-point. Going to get it up on the mains a little bit and stopped. I feel like that might be, 125, give or take? Yeah. That was a nice one.
Yeah.
Levi's not messing around, and he's very humble.
Super humble.
Humble, quiet, proud man.
Has a awesome aviation history, flying around some dangerous people, being a dangerous person himself. I mean, and just the nicest guy.
So Levi, by the way, we're just sitting here yakking about planes. Levi put in an 85-foot takeoff and just combined that with a 132-foot landing, which is going to be, not only is he like in the front of the sport class here practice, he's also now second place in practice overall.
Jeez. He's just having a good time out there. You can tell he's just playing around.
He's just like the consummate cowboy, too.
Yeah.
Like if I think cowboy, I think Levi now.
Yeah.
Matt Dorsum, 291. TJ Johnson, 304. Kyle Patterson, 516.
Matt Dorsum on the go. Judges pointing. What looks, I'm going to guess it's sub 100, hopefully. It's parallax killing.
Yeah, 97 feet for Matt Dorsum on that takeoff, so almost his shortest of practice today. Here's Kyle Patterson now in that yellow Kit Fox.
And he's got a nice gust right now. Yep, he's on the go. He's going to take advantage of this gust and see how short he can make that takeoff.
His best was 146. I don't think this one is going to do it for him.
A little bit longer than that.
But that timing is so critical, especially in competition, right? Like, folks, like, the more wind over the nose, over that wing, the shorter your takeoff's going to be. Ooh. Maybe just a hair early for
hair
TJ.
early, and then it was ready to go right after that and just leapt off the ground. But she did not want to leave at first. Levi no guess. Pushing the nose down, tail up.
Oh, okay. Nice one, Levi. That was a good one.
I love that you can see him working in there like that. It is just the ultimate view out of that Rands and also inside of it.
So Levi is off with a 100-foot takeoff, so not quite his shortest. His shortest of practice was 85 feet. But he is in second overall in practice. Lee Boyd, by the way, for reference, in first place of practice with 198. And Matt Dorsum is off and to your left. And folks, want to say Andrew Glazer. If Andrew Glazer's in the crowd, I hear you're celebrating your 37th birthday.
Yo.
So happy birthday, Andrew. Can I get rid of the crowd? Happy birthday, Andrew.
Happy birthday, Andrew.
I didn't really cue that very well, but good job. Yeah, Andrew, happy birthday. Here's Matt Dorsum now, plopping it in over the line. That's a birthday landing, if I ever saw one.
Taking full advantage of those big Alaskan bush wheel tires.
Also, Andrew, 37, took off of work just to come up here and hang out with all of us. So
Thanks for hanging.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's a good time
Good
time to celebrate your birthday. Thanks for celebrating with National STOL.
Here comes Kyle Patterson. 228-foot takeoff paired with Buck and Bronco for a minute there.
Just a little bouncing. The tail's going to come down. He's not going to stop.
Oh, and that's a little bit of feedback for folks. If you always got to stop during competition, even if you don't think it's a good one, because not stopping takes you out of the running for the most consistent award. Yep. Always got to stop to try to grab that little bit of extra podiumage. Okay, here comes TJ Johnson now. Oh, a little too soon there. We haven't had many scratches today, but that is a scratch for TJ Johnson, so that run will not count. That was a 180-foot takeoff that, if this were competition, would be scrubbed. Which leaves Levi Nogas in the just hovering that thing in. Yeah, yep, that's correct. The second scratch of the day. So we'll recover Levi Nogas here, see what he can do on his last and final run of practice. Fun to watch him compete in the storage, fun to watch him fly other folks' planes.
Yeah.
And he's also always helping. He's got a Bonanza, and I've seen him run out to get parts for competitors in his Bonanza when he's got that at competition. Okay, settling down in to the pocket, holding it off. There we go. Nice touchdown for Levi. Heavy on the brakes, making it look easy.
Yeah, literally. Wow.
So while Levi taxis back to the pits, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to hear a little bit from our sponsors and be back with more practice here at Hartford, Wisconsin, right after this. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke's for everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. A round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck.
It's good. Textbook.
You might be sub 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode MOAC, Colin Kaneva.
Oh my goodness gracious. Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
Speaking of legendary, we're back off to a legendary start here at Sodbusters at Hartford, Wisconsin. If you're just joining us, my name's Ryan Nebraska, joined by the leggy and vivacious Cam Walton. And we are having some fun today at Hartford at Sodbusters 2025. It's a practice session. It's heated practice. And then we've got open practice potentially after that. Getting some judges back out the line for what looks like to be practice of some of our rookie class competitors.
Yeah, we got a special rookie. In fact, the son of a competitor.
That's
at
right.
the helm right now, who just walked into the booth and said, I don't get nervous about watching myself fly or flying, but he gets nervous about watching his son fly. So
That's right. So from Lincoln, Nebraska, race number 540. It's that 2006 Ranza 7. Give it up for Tanner McIntyre.
Tanner's a 16-year-old student pilot making his way into his STOL debut. He's learning to fly in a Cessna 172 with instruction from his dad.
It's funny here. It says sponsors, Dad.
Dad.
And that goes on, I think, for the rest of your life, Pat. So, so we're going to see him flying there. You're going to notice there's someone in the seat behind him. He's flying with the CFI safety pilot in the back seat because he's not yet a fully certificated pilot. So that not standard, but in the rookie class with a student pilot up front, we'd rather spread the love.
Yeah.
Make sure we can get some competition there. Notice that Pat is not in the back seat because everyone would call malarkey if you had an unlimited class competitor in the back seat with his kid. Who's on the controls? Who could it be? So keep it fair that way. Next up, a newer plane in the circuit here.
Okay.
This is a 2012 Zenith 750 STOL from Beaufort, South Carolina. Race number 750. Give it up for Steven Zly.
He has 35 years of airline flight experience and recently got back into general aviation and reinstated as a CFI.
Really cool to see him out there. This Zenith now features a Viking aircraft engine, a little bit different. It's a K-Series Honda engine.
Yep.
So just another little new and weird thing that STOL does in terms of innovation, right? We had the Yamaha Apexes. Now we got a Viking Honda on the front of that Zenith. So lots of different ways to power an airplane. Next up from Gainesville, Texas, the 2014 Rands S7. It's race 299. Give it up for Brooks Turbeville.
All right, we don't have anything on Brooks, but his aircraft looks super cool. Nice.
Yeah, I like that
Gray
eagle
and-
screeching on the front of that thing.
Yeah. That is a Rands S7. From Gainesville, Texas. We'll see what he does. He's probably come out to a few competitions if he's from Gainesville.
That's right. Come on down to Sulphur Springs at the end of the season. So that's going to be the rookie class practicing for you, Dana. The big thing about the the rookie class is that this is like a lower impact environment, right? You're going to make sure it's like a lower stress level. Anyone can come be in the rookie class. You get a little bit of guidance from the competitors. Even though he's not your dad, Pat McIntyre might put his arm around you and say, hey, here's some things you can do better. Here's some ways to be safe. And so this is the rookie class where people can come in, learn, put their first time in the pattern in a little bit of a lower stress environment. Obviously stressful flying in front of an audience, no doubt, but it takes a little bit of that edge off in terms of like proper competition. If you win the rookie class, you cannot compete in the rookie class ever again. So for the winners of the rookie class, it's a one and done thing. So Tanner's taxiing up to the line now in that S7.
Lexi's going to stop. We're going to see his first run in competition shortly.
While he gets ready to go, he's got Margaret McIntyre saying, go Tanner, in the social feed here. You can go to YouTube or Facebook if you're in the crowd here and you want to compete with that. Tanner now, full beans, giving it the go. Tail up, tail down.
All right.
Everyone's digging that, so nice work for Tanner there. Now it's time for Steve Zly to come up to the line in that Honda-powered Zenith. These airplanes, another good time, Cam, to talk about control surfaces with Ryan and Cam. Notice on the front, I think it's the first airplane we've seen with slats.
Yeah.
So he's going to give it, that's got a unique purr. Holding it in that nose-high angle. There he goes. Now he's got to get that nose back down a little bit to get some flying speed. There he goes. So the slats, though, are what allow that airplane to do that, right? The slats are those surfaces on the front of the wing. Some of the competitive airplanes have them, and what they do is they allow the apparent wind to stay better connected to the top of the wing.
Yeah. A wing in front of the wing.
A wing in front of the wing. I like that, Cam. Okay. Brooks Turbeville.
Nice short takeoff. I mean, just a little bit over 200 feet. That's going to get you in and out of the backcountry.
Those S7s. They don't mess around, right?
Yeah.
So Tanner McIntyre, by the way, we got to give a big round of applause for him for his first national STOL takeoff, 207 feet.
All right.
Steven Zly with 292 and Brooks Turbeville with 193 on the takeoff. As Tanner comes around the pattern right now, going back to the social chat.
Oh, yeah. MP Troll giving me some love out in the chat. It's good to be back on the mic.
Yeah, it's
They've
great
had
to have
a couple of STOL competitions without me, since I don't have a laptop at the moment.
And I want to give a special shout out to Burr in the chat and just say, Burr, nice try. They'll know. They know what they did.
They know what
They know what they did. Good try. It's the equivalent of asking us if we know our refrigerator's running. Okay, here we go. On the left now, Tanner McIntyre on short final. CFI safety pilot in the back seat. Nice takeoff there, just over 200 feet. I was watching the social media posts, and it looked like Tanner flew his dad all the way here to Hartford.
Oh, nice. Get some hours in the logbook.
Settling down now. Nice speed control. Moving into that high alpha bit a little bit. There we go. Tail down. Good over the line.
Yeah.
He's got to get heavy on the brakes and get it stopped. Well done, Tanner. So that was a 207-foot takeoff. We'll see what it pairs with as the score comes in. Right now from the judges, 219s for a combined score of 426 for Tanner McIntyre's first takeoff and landing in National STOL. Next up, Steven Zly. On your left in the zenith, 292, his takeoff number. Burst of power from that Honda engine.
Ooh. Good over the line, says Lexi.
Accurately down. He's got to get it stopped a little bit shorter.
He did.
He's not going to stop. We're not going to know what they're going to take it probably from here where he's stopping to
might as well get
around.
there.
And we need him to get out around Tanner there. Because it's going to be a go-around now for Brooks Turbeville because we didn't have a clear landing surface. So Brooks off to the left as he makes a pattern. And we'll check in with race control. Looks like Steven Zly bringing it into the pits right now instead of going out for another run. So we'll see what happens with that. Tanner McIntyre waiting in the wings as Brooks Turbeville makes his quick pattern around to take a second attempt at his first landing of National STOL. Now, a go-around can rattle you because it messes up your rhythm, right? It's a pretty standard maneuver most of the time.
Yep.
Here he is now, base to final, turning left. So he had a 193-foot takeoff. Here's Brooks now, a little burst of power, holding it off. He's going to let it descend down, bounce. And he's going around again. So the first go around due to an unclear landing spot. Now he's going to go around as a counteraction to that bounce. So when you have that big bounce, what can happen, we call it pilot-induced oscillations, is as you bounce, your hand on the stick is actually making the plane bounce more and more and more. And so to prevent that, after a big bounce like that, a lot of times folks will just go around to prevent any damage to the aircraft. So that was the right decision for Brooks to make. But now we've got to go around again for Brooks here for a third attempt at landing this first round of the rookie class heat.
He's going to have a nice headwind coming back around base final, short final. So it should work to his advantage. You can see he's got his flaps deployed. And he's getting it slowed down. It looks nice and stabilized. He chops the throttle good over the line. He's going to give up about 100, almost 200 feet, actually.
Almost 250 feet.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a long one. That's going to be a long one for Brooks. Sorry, Cam.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wonder if we're going to go to our default, what is it, 600 feet or 599 feet or whatever it is, since it wasn't very measurable.
Now, this is something else that I want to point out. This was brought up in the chat, the internet chat. Red Baron Modeling, I think, said, in regards to Tanner, nice job there, especially with having a passenger on board. Mm-hmm. You could say like having a CFI could be an advantage, right? You've got a second brain in the cockpit helping you be safe and make good competitive decisions.
Yeah.
But it's a big old sack of meat in the back seat that you've got to overcome on takeoff in particular. You've got that ballast holding you on the ground. So that's another thing to keep in mind with Tanner's takeoff numbers in particular, right? He's got this extra weight back there. Kelly Stitch in the chat saying, "Go T-Man!" Sure, that's exactly how it sounded when she said it. Here's Tanner McIntyre now, full throttle on the roll, and pulled maybe a little late that time. Pulled just a little
impressive.
Late. That was really, really great. So good job, Tanner McIntyre. Let's see what the number comes in at for him on that takeoff.
You see him working hard in the cockpit. He's dealing with flaps and elevators and everything. Just a normal workload for backcountry flying, but he's doing it well.
Brooks Turbeville on the line. Steven Zly not returning to competition, so we'll have to figure out what's going on with that from race control. We'll get an update there, but Steven Zly's first run, 6:02 combined. Brooks Turbeville had a scratch. Off nice and short again. His first takeoff was 193.
Yeah, that's going to be sub 175 for his takeoff. We'll see what that number is. 168. All right. Getting it dialed in.
And look at the big improvement from Tanner, right? Like he went from 207 down to 146.
Yeah, man. Talk about getting it dialed in.
Yeah, that's a big improvement there. And a big improvement, honestly, for Brooks as well, from 193 down to 168.
Yeah.
Sometimes when we see those consistent big jumps and decrease in distance, you might say, hey, what's going on with the wind right now? And it's funny because I haven't felt a gust through the tent in a while.
Yeah.
Winds, we seem to be losing wind here at Hartford.
Yeah, the last little bit was probably when Brooks was landing before the go-round. Tanner on base final. I know your nerves are working, especially for your first competition, or I know it's practice, but just taking off and landing in front of people, but having your CFI on board, it's got to be an elevated level of nerves too.
While Tanner comes in right now, I want to say hi to Sean in the chat. Sean, who we met, I believe it's the Sean we met at Moses Lake, who's been a fan of the show out there, and he pointed out something really great. He just checked the GoFundMe, which is a great way to help National STOL. In addition to merch, in addition to ticket sales, that's a great way to help. Someone set that up for us out on the West Coast, and it's already halfway to the goal to help keep National STOL running. So thanks, Sean, for that update there. Tanner now dropping it in. There we go. Nice to stop right over the 200-foot mark, it looks like,
Yeah.
just a little bit beyond.
Brooks bringing it in, stabilized on short final. And once again, we've got the gust in.
Yeah, we can start to feel it push against the nose of these planes.
He's just tickling the grass. Good over the line.
Now, adding all that power, any power you add,
Yeah.
especially power beyond the line, is going to equal more distance over here. So that's, as he was adding that throttle in, I get why he did it. I would have done it too, right? You want to keep everything straight, and all that airflow over your control surfaces can help, but it's going to push you a little bit further every time you add it. Race control, getting back to us now, they checked in with Steven. It's all good. Said he had a vibration in the aircraft, just wanted to check out.
Okay, yeah.
Make sure that everything was safe. That makes sense too, especially for a rookie competitor. You want to be doubly sure that you're performing at all the right points.
Yeah, want to make sure that your aircraft is in good shape as well, especially if it's an experimental aircraft. It's not certified, wasn't built in the factory. Some experimental aircraft are built in the factory, but yeah, you want to make sure that everything is in tip-top shape before you compete, before you fly in front of a whole bunch of people. As we get serenaded by a helicopter.
So there is a life flight operation at this airfield, so we'll
Okay.
see. Maybe that's them coming back home from a run. Tanner McIntyre now at the line getting ready for air bosses to let him go. They might be holding him for that helicopter traffic. Oh, it's a Blackhawk helicopter.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's chopping hard.
Tanner off somewhere around the 175 mark. Yep, there's the Blackhawk up above us.
We'll probably see them at Oshkosh during the combined arms demo. The Wisconsin Guard and Air National Guard. They'll be with the 135s and the F-35s.
Well, and they're based out of West Bend, too, here. Blackhawks out of West Bend Airport, not too far from here.
Okay,
So.
nice.
Tanner McIntyre, not his shortest. That third takeoff was 181. Brooks Turbeville, all the way from Gainesville, Texas. Nice takeoff there for him. That left main sticking on a little bit longer, and if a main gear is going to hang out, then that's where we're going to measure from.
Right.
So if you get that right main off early, but the left one's sticking around, no pun intended, you're going to have to wait and see what that number is. Well, they're going around the pattern, folks. I want to talk about some of the other friends of the series that have helped make this possible for you here today. Red Tag Art. Red Tag Art features innovative and handcrafted art and home goods from Red Tag aircraft parts, which are no longer viable for use. Each new design starts with red tagged aircraft parts, seeing it for not what it is, but what it could be. So we've got bottle openers made from valve covers all the way to turbine coffee tables and everything in between. You can check out their designs or start a custom project over at redtagart.com. We also got to talk about our friends at Flying Eyes Optics. Flying Eyes Optics sunglasses are the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. As a returning sponsor, our staff and participants can attest to the quality of their products. Consider supporting National STOL and save 10% by using coupon code National STOL next time you're in the market for high-quality eyewear. I've got some Flying Eyes on. Cam does as well.
Yeah.
Mine are kind of cool because I can actually take off the sunglasses part. Check that out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very intrigued over here. Yeah, some people in the crowd. Whoa, if you're not careful, you pull them off too quickly, the magnet can actually pull it right off your head. But I got my prescription glasses here, right, when I'm flying, because it sticks under the headset real nicely.
Yep.
And then if you got some sun in your face, you can put those on there. And what's great is they make them non-polarized. Because pilots, we don't like the polarized lenses because you want to be able to see your instruments. So that's the other cool thing about it. So Flying Eyes Optics sunglasses. Met the whole team over there last year during Oshkosh and at Sun and Fun this year, and they're just fantastic people who all love aviation the same way we do. Okay, Tanner McIntyre now. Look at him floating in, short final. A little bit of power.
Yep.
He's Gonna settle it down on those mains. He's got a little bit more energy to dissipate this time.
You can see him working the rudder along with those brakes.
Which means then that Brooks Turbeville is going to be, yep, there he is. Someone brought a Vienna beef parasol, I'll call it. It's super cool, but Brooks was hiding behind the Vienna beef there for me from the announcer's stand. So here comes Brooks now on the left. Right now with that low approach, you can get it a little bit slower, drag it in, as we say, with a little bit of power.
Yep,
Cut the throttle now, down on the ground, big bounce again. So that's a thing we got to work on for Brooks. We got to work on those big bounces there. Pulled it off. I think the kids would maybe call it yeeting. Maybe yeeted it over the line a little too hard with the bounce.
Yeah.
Bounce back in the air, and then we get to go around again. The cool thing, it's practice, so,
Yep, I mean, like,
get those extra landings in.
Kind of textbook flying, what you'd hear from your CFI, like, you should have a stabilized approach coming in on final, and his approach was stabilized at the beginning. Wind started blowing, things started happening. I started dancing on the rudders, and stuff like that can affect you. I mean, up to tenfold, like moments before touchdown. So, those are things that you look out for, and that's why we want to have like an incredibly stabilized approach as much as possible, barring meteorological conditions, random gusts, or heaven forbid a microburst on final or something like that. But
microburst.
I mean, like, microbursts happen.
It's true, they do. Put that on a T-shirt.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about STOL, which is a way that people get involved with, the Microsoft Flight Simulator stuff. I want a Red Baron modeling in the chat saying, rubber banded back up. Must have had a ping spike about this bounce here for Brooks. Here's Brooks now. Second attempt at getting it put down for this third run. Little burst of power. There we go. That is what we need from Brooks. Round of applause in the crowd. Well done. Now he's got to get it stopped. Perfecto. That is why we practice, and that's why we have the rookie class. So really love to see that. Some real active learning and adjusting on the fly by these pilots today, and that was worthy of the applause, I think. That was a really nice one.
Sometimes you have to work for it. I mean, not every landing is guaranteed, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it's guaranteed, but not like
I mean, you
not
could
like a good one.
Just like how you said, you could yeet it in, and get there. But in order for you to have a nice stabilized approach and just good competition landing, which if it's good competition, it's good in regular non-competition too.
So let's check out the scores for this rookie class then. Tanner McIntyre's best was his second run with a combined score of 355. Steven Zly in and out on the first run, 602. Brooks Turbeville scratches on the front and the back end, but had a 519 in the middle and a best takeoff of 168. So that's going to wrap up the rookie class. Looks like we got some heavy aircraft coming out, so we're going to check them out in just a minute. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors here in Hartford.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. So.
My name's Danny Goggins. I'm the flight instructor here at American Legend Cub in Sulphur Springs. What we have here today is we have the Legend, the AL-18. It's one of our new spec airplanes here, and it's for sale. So I've been doing demo flights in it. I got the fortunate to fly it off the assembly line and then take it out and fly it all the way to Oshkosh and back, so it has a few little hours on it, nice and broke in, and then we do demo flights with it. This one has the IO360 Lycoming engine in it. It's got the Cato ground adjustable prop on it. It's got the G3X in it. It's a very light aircraft, flies very well, very stable. I'm a little biased in my opinion, but I got to start with Darren over 20 years ago when he started, so we had a lot of input. All the local guys around here, we were all Cub guys. So we started trying to build the best Cub we could with added new features that were bringing them up to date. The biggest thing I like about American Legend Cub, when you come in here, you get to personalize and make your own airplane. Like a tire or a certain engine on it. So kind of personalize that airplane and build it around what they're looking for. So if you want to go float plane, we got the lake right here. The runway runs right out into the lake. So we have everything you need here, from the seaplane base to the grass runway to the 5,000-foot concrete runway here, you know, and we even have RNAV approaches in here. So if you want to go do an RNAV approach, that can be done also. And then just north of here, about 30 miles, there's the river bottom. So sometimes some of them want to go land in the river bottom out there and do that. So really we have just pretty much everything you need around here to see what these little planes will do. So I think our big for you. You come in here, you want it, you want paint, you want this, you want toe brakes, you want whatever. Well, yeah, we'll figure out how to make it work. So I think the sky's the limit on what you want to do.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights,
And we are back with National STOL Sodbusters 2025. Getting ready for our touring class. Got some interesting looking aircraft out in front of us right now. Enjoying this breezy Friday afternoon. Right now looks like we have James Cartwright coming up to us right now in his 1978 Cessna A185F Skywagon. From Nashville, Tennessee, it's James Cartwright. James Haas Cartwright sold for the first time in 1994 after studying aeronautical engineering and working full-time at the local airport. Bought his first airplane, a 1956 Cessna 172 with half the engine in the back seat, and rebuilt it and earned his PPL.
Next up from Pinedale, Wyoming, race number 307, 1964 Cessna 182, flown by John Douglas.
John Douglas hosts the Rocky Mountain STOL competition with his wife, Angela Douglas in Pinedale, Wyoming. He's an IA and A&P mechanic with a lifelong passion for aviation.
So those are going to be the two pilots practicing right now in the touring class. And you're going to notice, I mean, if you're new to National STOL, the big thing to know is just these planes are big. They're bigger airplanes. We got this Cessna 185. It is a beast. This is like what you'd classically think about as a backcountry airplane that can bring everything and the kitchen sink into the backcountry. And then you got the 182. Even though John Douglas's 182 is a little bit older, it's maybe the more modern design that you think of. 185 off and running. James Cartwright at the controls there.
It's not like he was modulating the throttle. He wasn't like full throttle the whole time. He was just kind of pulling back just a hair.
Gotta wonder about like constant speed proppage too, right?
Okay,
if it's like
yeah.
getting something like that going on there. But so what I was going to say about the 182 is that you think about this is the airplane that persists now, right? You can still buy a 182.
Yeah, they're still flying.
185 does not get manufactured anymore.
No, unfortunately.
But a 185, whew. I don't know, it's just
It's
kind
a
of like
hoss of an airplane.
Yeah.
Not only is his nickname Hoss, James, but the aircraft is a hoss of an aircraft. John Douglas on the go.
Nice takeoff for John Douglas. That is what a 180 can do. Oh, I can't even speak. That was so exciting.
Let's
a 182.
Go.
That is what a 182 can do. John Douglas putting in work almost every event he's at.
Yeah. He is working hard and camping under the wing while doing it.
I would love to see a graph of his scores over the years.
Oh, yeah.
Watch how he's improved over and over again. Just really impressive by John Douglas there. And if you're thinking about coming to another National STOL event, maybe you're sitting here in Hartford right now and you're thinking, you know what would be rad would be to come to another one of these events. Couple weeks. Week of August 15th and 16th. Come on out to Pinedale, Wyoming.
Oh, it's that close.
It's that close. It's coming up. Pinedale, Wyoming, where John and his wife, Angela, put on the show along with Kathy and Bruce out there in Wyoming. And it's just, it's beautiful.
It's so beautiful, especially landing in Jackson Hole, driving up all the way up there. We had a really awesome drive last time.
Oh, yeah. That was like one of the best drives of my life.
Yeah. That
was a beautiful drive.
Beautiful.
And then here's the thing. You could do what my family's doing. Might be a little late to book it now, but YOLO. Whole family's coming up to Pinedale.
Ooh.
And then right after, we're all going to go Grand Tetons, Yellowstone, doing the whole thing, doing all the parks, just getting up there into the nature, into the nature. All right, so James Cartwright on your left, turning base to final now here at Hartford, Wisconsin. Again, this is the touring class. These are the heavies. We're hoping to see tomorrow as well Derek Holman and his dad, Rick. They're new on this series from Oregon. They fly a Maul MXT with a co-pilot that is a skeleton, an undead co-pilot. Current leaders also someone who's been in the season into the National STOL Series off and on, and another 185 would really be really great to see him out here. He's from Clear Lake, Minnesota, so a shorter flight than the guys from Oregon. Okay, so here comes James Cartwright. He is a bit of an unknown to me. He's from Nashville, Tennessee.
We might have seen him compete before at Music City, but hadn't seen him in a while.
Beautiful aircraft, holding it off the grass.
Holding it off. Oh, is that a scratch?
He's got to really get it stopped. He had a lot of energy there. Also in formation, like 6 or 7 small birds. Coming in kind of hot is what it felt like, but it is a bigger airplane, so it's easy for it to feel that way.
John Douglas on final.
So James Cartwright, it's going to be listed as a scratch currently on the scoring sheet, but he had a 275-foot takeoff. John Douglas was actually longer, though it was more impressive for whatever reason to me, 292.
Yeah.
John Douglas now on your left, barn doors down.
Mm-hmm. Just nursing it to the ground slowly until he crosses the line. We'll give it a little extra burst of power, which was just enough to get him across the line. He's going to get it stopped. But it's a fair trade-off. Give a burst of power, get across the line, and it's going to cause you to have an elongated taxi. Your stopping point is going to be pushed out just a little bit further. So,
But this also, we could have some fun with the internet crowd right now. Let us know. Yeah, Katrina says, birds want to STOL too. Go, like, what's better? You got a 182 with a nose gear, or you got the 185 in the tail dragger configuration? Now, I will say I find the tail dragger configuration more aesthetically pleasing.
yeah, yeah.
But John Douglas, I mean, these planes are very similar, other than that configuration. Like, John Douglas could get a little bit harder on the brakes.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got that nose wheel.
Right.
He's not, I say it now, it would be very hard to compress that nose wheel all the way down into a prop strike.
Yeah.
John Douglas now first off the line.
Ooh, okay.
That is someone who is getting comfortable with competition. That is amazing. That was a good one by John Douglas.
You're right. That 185 just aesthetically looks awesome sitting out there.
I mean, and this is the other thing, right? We're in competition right now, but
Yeah.
any of these takeoffs and landings are going to be more than what you need in the backcountry, unless you're doing
yeah.
literally the most intense.
Yeah, I have to constantly remind myself of that. Like, just because we see like 300 feet like numbered out here, like doesn't mean that if you push beyond that, that it's not a good airplane by any means or a good pilot. I mean, like you said, the backcountry, like getting into those getting into those backcountry strips is just, it's one thing, but the STOL flying is completely different.
Yeah, the competition flying in particular, and then again, it's like, well, you do see folks like Steve Henry back in the day doing like the dead stick takeoff.
Yeah.
Right? That isn't, like, just to be clear, that is an order of magnitude more difficult, right? Like, than what the average pilot needs their STOL airplane to do. John Douglas now turning left off. What our friends at Lift Aviation US Lift line over aviation products to market. They believe today's products they wear in the cockpit. Lift Aviation products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. And one of the big things that Lift Aviation does to help us every year is they provide pilots. They don't provide the pilots. They provide the helmets for the rookie pilots in particular to make sure that they can comply with the helmet rule and be safe. So big thanks to Lift Aviation USA for that and all of their support. You should give helmets to the annual points winner of each class at the end of the year. Now, John Douglas bringing her in. Little bit of power. Easing it off now, settling in, good over the line.
Oh, yeah, nice and smooth.
So for John now on that one, right, the only thing he needs to do differently, if I could armchair pilot back, quarterback, whatever, is he's just got to get a little more accurate to the line, right?
Yeah.
The other thing we haven't talked at all about, Cam, is that this runway isn't level.
Oh, yeah, no. Like, right now, I can't see the numbered cones on the other side. Like, at the first few, like 25 feet, 75 feet, I can't see them.
Yeah, so there's a crown to it, which helps it stay so smooth and from a water retention standpoint, like it's shedding that water really well.
Yep.
But the other thing is we're landing downhill today.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow, winds are forecast to be from the north side of things, so we'll be landing and taking off uphill, which is a different set of equation. Okay, here comes our friend in the 185. It's a pretty bird.
Oh, it looks so good.
Very gentle on the touchdown. Now up on the brakes there. And you could see him hit those brakes hard, and that tail came up.
Yeah.
And then he immediately let go of the brakes because he's like, whoop, this doesn't look like a way I want to go. So that's going to be a thing for him, right? Is he's got to learn how to ease and find that balance. You got to really just put in reps. I've never been able to do it because I got a tri-gear. The Cessna 172 is more like John's plane. But if you put in the reps, you can figure out where that balance is between the aerodynamic forces on the tail and the braking action that you have.
Yeah.
If you're here in Hartford or tomorrow when you come to the competition, don't forget to check out our merch tent. It's right behind us there. We got some new stuff, almost out of necessity.
Yeah.
Because the old stuff is on the side of a road in Montana. But there's some great new designs for you to come check out, including some really cool sun shirts that are like white with the cool National STOL logo. John Douglas now on the roll, flaps down. Watch his technique here, yanking it back, leaping it off. He has got it dialed in today. And he doesn't have manual flaps, so he's got to nurse them off too electrically. He can't just like pop and drop, flip and flop them.
Yeah.
Those are the technical terms. So.
Wow, yeah.
Here we go, James Cartwright.
And the 185.
There we go,
Just
easing
dragging
it off
the tail
there.
on the ground.
His best takeoff so far, 266. Actually, John Douglas's best, 251 on that last run.
Pretty matched.
So John Douglas now going around the pattern. James Cartwright's last takeoff there coming at 259. They are kind of neck and neck.
Yeah.
Tail wheel versus tri-gear. The battle of the century tomorrow here at Hartford, Wisconsin. While they come around the pattern, the other thing we're doing this weekend to help benefit National STOL is a silent auction. And so the silent auction listing items are here at the merch tent too. It's something to check out. You can also, I think, check them out later over at the Cub Air hangar potentially, so keep an eye out for that. A lot of really cool things. Our friends at Sun and Fun pulled together a package. High Sierra Fly-In pulled together a package. These are folks that are part of the same community as National STOL, these backcountry pilots, and they've all rallied together. You know, the folks at STOL Drag helping us out here at National STOL, Sun and Fun helping us out here at National STOL. So really appreciate their support. You can go get like kind of like the vacation of a lifetime a little bit, or at least the beginning steps of one in some of these silent auction items. So go check those out. So James Cartwright with 259, John Douglas 251. Here comes John Douglas. Stable.
Yeah, the winds have died down. He's got his barn doors open. Electric flaps, like you mentioned. Ooh.
It's like he was listening to me. I'm the John Douglas whisperer. Just got a little more accurate to the line. And look, he's stopped shorter, I think. I hope I was right. So his best was his first one, 292 with 320 for a total of 612. Second one, the one that I was like, he needs to be a little more accurate on the line, 266, but with a landing of 401. This one, 251 with a landing of 337.
Yeah, 588 combined total.
So I'm going to take all the credit for him listening to the broadcast probably and hearing me say, you got to tighten it up to the line. Now, James Cartwright, way off over the corn there here in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I almost thought that was transient traffic.
So while James comes in, let's talk about another one of our sponsors. Let's talk about Sarasota Avionics. They're a long-term partner of National STOL. They're your authorized Garmin dealer and the #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer. Say that 5 times fast. Aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. They've got upfront pricing, superior service, and expert consultants. This is your one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. Sarasota Avionics, thank you so much for all your support. They offer Garmin prizes for annual winners at the end of the year. Here comes our friend Mr. Cartwright, sailing over the line there, a little bit of a bounce. Two, so he's got 3 landings out of that one.
Yeah. Getting it stopped.
Roll to the end.
Yeah, he's just going to keep going.
So that is going to wrap up the touring class practice here at Sodbusters 2025. We still have more to come. So we've got the touring class wrapped up. We've got the rookie class wrapped up. And the Cub and Vintage Cub classes wrapped up. But we still have adventure class, wilderness class, and backcountry class. And, of course, last but not least, typically the unlimited class.
Yeah.
So things are going to be heating up. I'm particularly excited this weekend to watch what happens in the backcountry class. You've got these Aviat Huskies and the Cessnas, the 170 Bravo, Jeff Pohl at the controls versus, I don't want to call them his nemesises, but the Clemens clan, the Clemens family in their Huskies, always duking it out back and forth ever since the Huskies and the 170s got put in the same class.
Yeah.
To keep things a little more competitive. And Jeff Pohl, like just an amazing competitor, always working it, putting in the time. And we were talking before the show. It's been interesting to watch his aircraft journey, right?
Yeah.
Like the Huskies got added to his class. So Jeff, he did some engine work to make sure his engine was making the correct amount of power. He actually got more power out of making sure things were correct there. It's an older engine, so just updating some stuff. He added these longer wingtips to get a little more lift to help battle the Huskies, but it never totally jived with his flying style.
Yeah.
Airplane was considerably wider than he was used to. And so he removed those wingtips. He went back to what he knew. It's just been really interesting to watch him as a pilot, like experiment, invest. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah.
So it'll be just a few moments before we get ready for the next class here. So we're going to take a quick break. Check out a word from our sponsors. We'll be back with more STOL practice here at Sodbusters 2025.
Connect with pilots worldwide. Watch your flights unfold with accurate terrain, scenery, altitude, ground speed, time, and flight path. Improving your wind situational awareness by reviewing your flight path with wind data. Invite friends to join you. Debriefing with peers is a blast. Balance striving with fun, never wasting a chance to document bragging rights or continue to improve by connecting with pilots and instructors who inspire you. Just tap the record.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world. So that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, ICOM Radios, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca. A special thanks to our local sponsors: Arnold's Environmental Services, the official sanitation provider of Sodbusters STOL; Equipment Rentals, the official equipment rental provider of Sodbusters STOL; Neverland Productions, the official sound of Sodbusters; and thanks to Kylie's Cub Air Flight. At Cub Air Flight, we hold that flying a vintage airplane is as much an art as it is a science. And we are back here in Hartford, Wisconsin. Sodbusters 2025, part of the National STOL Championship Series here in the great United States of America. We are just under 40 nautical miles from the world's largest aviation celebration, which kicks off, well, ostensibly it already started, but the actual show starts on Monday.
Yeah.
Cam, so good to have you. Practice session so far today. What's your takeaway?
The sport class is going to be exciting tomorrow. It's really going to be just straight up Kit Foxes versus Rands.
The triple Kit Fox threat.
Yeah.
It's like Levi Nogas is going to be out there with his cowboy hat, and this is more of an Indiana Jones thing. I imagine with like a whip, and he's like, back. Get back.
Why'd it have to be Kit Foxes?
Yeah. So that's going to be cool. I agree. The other thing we haven't seen it yet today, but we've got these two new Badlands travelers.
Yeah.
Ronnie Sanner, Mike Babcock. We saw Babcock fly at Moses Lake. He said at the awards ceremony, he's like, hey, like new airplane, I'm getting it dialed in.
Yeah.
Excited to fly some more. So we're going to see what practice he's put in the last 3 weeks. Ronnie Sander has not competed in his beast.
No, we saw it at Moses Lake, but he didn't compete in it.
He teased us.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for sure. Battle of the brand new Badlands is.
So that is going to be really cool to see what happens there. Well, we gear up for the next bit. It looks like we got the 170 Bravos, the 172s. We got that backcountry class I was talking about gearing up right now. I want to say thanks to our local sponsors, right? We have national annual sponsors that help the thing keep going, but these folks really helped out with the whole, we had a problem. How do we make this event happen, right? They helped us pull it together. And so I want to say a big thanks to Arnold's Environmental Services. They're the official sanitation provider of Sodbusters STOL. You can actually take a picture with one of their their units, as they call them. You can take a picture of one of the units behind me. They're the blue ones where you do your business. Go there. You can take a picture of you with that. Tag and follow them on Instagram at Arnold's Environmental. Use the hashtag Where's Arnold and post it to Instagram and Facebook or TikTok, and you could be entered to win $500. I think you got to do it, folks. So big thanks to them. We also want to say a big thanks to our friends over at Celebrations Tent and Party Rentals. They're a division of equipment rentals. You heard me just mention it during that break. They serve all of southeastern Wisconsin since 1979. Finest in equipment rentals, party rentals, and service. This is them up above us, right? This big, nice tent. I said we could do a circus under this thing. Really appreciate their help in bringing this together. We also want to talk about the folks making us sound good. The official sound of Sodbusters, Neverland Productions. They got a whole team here, whole truck full of the speakers, these great headsets, all that stuff. So big thanks to them for making this happen. I'd like to point out that my voice sounds even deeper and better than normal.
Sexy as ever.
Yeah, you always have that. You've always got that low tone, but for me, I get a little high sometimes, and so that's nice of them to help bring me back down to earth. So big thanks to them. And then, that's the team. That's the local team that has brought this all together and helped make this possible. So we're really, really grateful for their help, all the local sponsors that have made Sodbusters, some of those quick calls. Hey, you don't know me, but we do this thing, and we need some help.
Yeah.
And these are the people that answered that call, and that's great. All right, folks. So now we're gearing up for the touring class. No, we just saw the touring class. We're gearing up for the backcountry class. First up, this one always gets all the trolls on the internet think we don't know what we're talking about. All the way from Tennessee, it's race number 7, a 1956 Cessna Super 172 tail dragger. You can get a modification for a 172 and make it a tail dragger. Don't at me. Everyone give it up for Joel Diesel Dobson.
Diesel was born to fly, discovered aviation living in a trailer park under the runway in Monroe, Louisiana. Airplane was his third spoken word right after Mama and Dada. He's also a retired F-16 pilot from the United States Air Force.
Yeah, I mean, won the air medal, awarded the air medal.
Yeah.
It's like a big deal.
Big deal.
All right, folks, next up, from Sauk City, Wisconsin, one of your local boys. Race number 159, it's a 1963 Cessna 172 Delta model. Give it up for Joel Wittenbach.
Joel is married to his wife Sherry and has 2 daughters, Eileen and Lily. Operates a pig farm and grows corn on the family farm in south central Wisconsin.
Next up from Milwaukee, Minnesota, race number 00, a 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo. Give it up for Jeff Pohl.
Jeff Pohl has been flying for about 12 years with over 1,500 hours logged. He's competed in about a dozen STOL competitions.
I think that number is out of date. He's got a lot of STOL comps under his belt now.
Dirty Bird.
First competition, way to go hard, by the way. I love this story about Jeff Pohl. He's like, oh, STOL flying's cool. I guess I'll go to Valdez and compete as my first STOL competition all the way up in Alaska, and then he took second place. Just, let's go. Let's do it.
Just throwing the gauntlet out there.
Yeah, so that's Jeff Pohl. It's going to be awesome to see him fly. I don't see any movement from the Huskies for practice right now.
They're taking a break.
Jerry Clemens or Austin Clemens. So they may be not yet practicing, but we'll see what the Cessnas are going to bring to bear tomorrow in the backcountry class. So here's Joel Dobson, Diesel, and that is just
Air Force call sign.
Yeah, and just such a pretty bird. Like, he takes real good care of that airplane.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to win some awards this year at Oshkosh like it did last year.
And as we head into this, with the Cessnas finally showing us what they're going to do, just want to practice. It's fun to see how all the different pilots outside of class actually compete. And let's run down the leaders of practice. Lee Boyd right now in first place of practice with a combined score of 198. Levi Nogas behind him with a combined score of 217. Nick Ardillo in third place of practice with 260. Joel Dobson now.
You see those tires just jiggling and bouncing as he's lifted off the ground.
But that's, I mean, what's great about that is sometimes when someone takes off and they only get like an inch of altitude, the judges don't see it.
Yeah.
But when it's jiggling like that.
Oh, yeah.
I never thought I was going to say when it's jiggling like that on a worldwide broadcast, but I just did. But when those tires are jiggling like that, you definitely can know what's what. Joel Wittenbach now, 172, digging that tail in. There we go. Okay, he's one to watch.
I mean, that was pretty close to what Joel just did. Joel Dobson just did. So it looks like we're about to have a tight competition. See what Jeff Pohl is going to do for us. Race number double lot.
171, the takeoff number to beat.
Ooh, tail coming up, classic form.
Nice!
170B.
Like 151? I'm calling it 151. That's Jeff Pohl right there. That is what Jeff was. No, I wasn't even close. 127.
All right, let's go.
127 for Jeff Pohl. What I love about Jeff Pohl's flying is how unafraid and aggressive he is about getting that tail up.
Yeah.
He will mow the lawn with that thing. And what he does is it gives him all that lever action to pop that tail back down. Just super, super aggressive and cool.
He's got it down to a science. It's pretty much a characteristic that him and Micah have been doing since the beginning.
Yeah, Michael Lindstrom, another 170 Bravo pilot who's building a Badlands Traveler now. Let's look at these takeoff numbers, too. Not a lot of people below 127 on a takeoff number, and that's in a 170 Bravo, folks. Like, that's one of the best takeoffs of the day by Jeff Pohl in, like, a boring old spam cam.
Yeah.
Spam cam? Did I just do that? Spam cam. You're my buddy, Spam cam.
Spam cam.
Okay, they're making their way around the pattern. Here's Diesel Dobson now on final approach to your left. A little bit higher level of approach. Very stable. Got those wig-wag lights. Making sure we don't miss where he's at. And so that's a good example of that higher approach. You're going to see him just easing it in now, working that throttle to keep it totally stable.
Yeah.
Look at that, Joel. Ooh, nice one.
All right.
He's going to get that stopped real short. That deserves a round of applause, folks.
Yeah,
that was
amazing.
Absolutely a clinic that was just put on.
And while he was high like that, like on approach, way high up there, he already knew. Like that, he was using that to test and figure out like what his approach speed was going to be, what he was doing, and then he just nursed it down and did exactly what he had practiced on approach right in front of us.
Joel Wittenbach taking notes. He's like, I will also do this approach. So he's coming in as well in his 172. Oh, nice.
Man.
Okay, over the line. Pulled those flaps out as quickly as he could to kill that lift, get a little more braking action.
Lexi does not know if that was a scratch
Oh,
or
she
not.
called it close. They're going back to the replay at the judges' line there. That one was close. Joel Dobson, by the way, his combined score coming in at 358. That's going to put him in 7th overall for practice. Jeff Pohl to your left. Also, Hal Stockman's walking in front of the crowd right now.
Yeah.
Everyone wave and say hello to Hal. Going to get some canard action for him a little bit later. Okay, here's Jeff Pohl.
Canard.
A little bit lower than the others, holding it off. Going to chop that throttle.
Ooh, yeah.
Wheels totally locked up as he brought it in. Look how he balances that thing. And yeah, that is a round of applause worthy one as well. Look how short that was. So Joel Dobson going to be coming in at 358. Joel Wittenbach's practice run DQ'd for a scratch. He was just before the line, I'm guessing, based on the video review out on the field. And then Jeff Pohl down at 272 combined. That is bonkers. That's going to put him in 4th place overall for practice against planes that are way lighter and way more powerful.
Yeah, that is
So that
insane.
man knows how to fly. Absolutely rad showing from these 3 pilots. And what I love about this heat, Cam, is like I am a partner in a plane that looks like the second one.
Yeah.
Right? Like the
Right.
172 I have looks a lot like that. And watching someone fly it like that with that capability is really inspiring. And it goes to show, right, like how accessible National STOL is. Now, obviously, Joel Wittenbach's aircraft is sandwiched between 2 like fire-breathing tail dragger modified Cessnas, 170 and the 172. But like me and my little old 172, throw
Come
some
out and
fatter
do some
tires
damage.
on it, we can make it happen.
Yeah.
Joel Dobson on the roll. Great takeoff from Joel Dobson there.
What you would expect from a prior F-16 pilot, prior Viper guy.
Ooh, okay.
I mean,
Yanked that thing off.
it leapt off the ground. He might have been able to pull a little earlier. There was just so much energy on that takeoff.
That was 168 for Joel Wittenbach. So he was shorter than Joel Dobson on that. Now, look at the technique of Jeff Pohl. We haven't seen that much today. He's cheating into the wind, right?
Yeah.
He's slid the aircraft to the left to get more of that right-ish crosswind on the nose. Yanking those flaps down, pulled a little early, easing it off, clawing that thing into the sky.
Yeah. I mean, just barely early. It was still enough for it to jump off into the air, but I mean, like, still, like, yeah.
That was 1:43 for Jeff Pohl, so not his shortest, a little bit longer than the first one. Cessna is putting on a STOL clinic. Who would have thought? Not what you'd expect.
No, not at all.
While they come around the bend, let's talk a little bit about our sponsor, Behringer Aero. Been manufacturing wheels and brakes in the same spirit of quality and performance for 30 years. Since 2002, Behringer Aero makes wheels and brakes for a wide range of aircraft now. We know them as like the red wheels, the red brakes, right?
Yep.
It's from ultralight airplanes all the way up to certified aircraft like the Pilatus PC-6 or the Cirrus SR-22 or the Vision Jet Diamond DA-42. Big wide range of products offered. 9 international patents. They've got a decisive technological lead. So thank you very much for Behringer, their support of National STOL. Joel Dobson now settling down into the pocket on the left, holding it now this time off the prop. Good over the line. Nice one for Joel. Oh, he's going to get it stopped. Super short. Moxie is right.
Yeah. We got something cool on final. It looked like a PC-12. PC-12 just rocking it in the pattern.
Look at that. We got the something big hanging out up there. I heard the air boss is talking to him.
Yeah. Nice
keeping them
PC-12
deconflicted. And Joel Wittenbach now diving for the runway. Yep, got to reclaim some of that airspeed. You get a little bit of slow. It worked out for him.
Yeah.
Hold it off.
Oh, come on.
Oh, Lexi
it's a
set a scratch.
No.
Yeah, things are heating up here at Hartford right now. Look, we got 2 RVs now coming over top.
Yeah.
In formation there, popping some smoke. We got the Pilatus. I think, is it a Pilatus over there?
PC-12. Yep.
PC-12 doing its thing. Oh, cool
yeah.
brake action by the RVs. And I think I just heard something else coming over top as well. Meanwhile, Jeff Pohl's like, don't forget about me on short final to your left.
Lots of good deconfliction happening. Jeff Pohl, Dirty Bird just plopping it in.
Nice one.
Ooh, that tail. Man,
he knows how to do it, though.
Yeah, he does.
Jeff Pohl, man, if there's someone who knows how to keep the tail in the exact right spot, it's Jeff Pohl. So that's going to recover all of the Cessnas. Now we're back to Distractionville. What did you call it when we started the broadcast? It's easy to get distracted
Oh, yeah,
here?
it's easy to get distracted. Yeah.
PC-12 coming in on final approach there off in the distance. That'll be cool to see. And our RVs settling in behind them as well. So cool to see some other aviation playing with the STOL crowd. Want to say hi to Donna Richling, watching from Idaho in the chat.
Yeah. Say hi to Katrina as well. Thank you for checking in on me. It's great to be back.
Katrina says, when it's jiggling like that, Ryan D, 2025. Oh, no. Let's see. Who else we got here in the chat? Cedric P. Hello to Cedric P.
Jay
Sean.
Garrettson.
Oh, yeah. We got Jay Garrettson there with just the American flag emoji.
Jarrett's dad, if I'm not mistaken.
That is super cool to see. Looks like we're about to recover now the RVs on short final there as the Pilatus makes its way off the runway. And Joel Dobson on the roll, keeping it tight and action-packed for you here at Hartford. Nice takeoff, Joel Dobson. Look at the judges having to run a little bit forward for it. Joel Wittenbach on the line. The other thing I should mention, folks, if you've had a favorite pilot that you've seen fly today, nationalstol.com/vote. Go to nationalstol.com/vote. What was that? I cannot do that in my 172.
Man.
I just can't.
Jeez.
I don't even know what button to press. What's the button you press to do that,
The
Ken?
Wittenbach button, apparently. Wow. He's doing it up in the 172.
He's put down numbers shorter than Joel Dobson both times now. Now they just got it dialed in. Jeff Pohl now mowing the grass a little bit, yanking her back. Short. You gotta wonder what's going through the minds of Austin Clemens, Jerry Clemens, Brad Crawford, and the Huskies watching the clinic, the Cessna clinic that's being put on in front of them right now.
Oh, yeah.
And we're rocking tight patterns. Joel Dobson now already based to final on the left side of the field. And by the way, there's a question in the chat I'm going to answer after this landing that answers all of our questions. A question that answers our questions. Hang with me. It'll make sense in a second. Joel Dobson now on the left. Coming in lower this time, that low approach, using power more, behind the power curve a little bit here. Oop, dropping out from him, and too short for Joel Dobson on that landing. Check it out. You and I missed it. Why is that 172 doing those things?
Does he have a STOL kit of some type on there?
It's got 195 horsepower.
Oh.
That's why. I give how much power?
There we go.
A lot more than mine, anyway. Here, speaking of it, here he goes. Ooh, it roars. Yeah, you can hear it now that I know.
This is like NASCAR. There's no replacement for displacement.
I don't know if you guys could hear that. Gentlemen come the crowd come up and say there's no replacement for displacement, and that is 100% true. Okay, so now the Huskies are getting ready to play. Jerry Clemens and Austin Clemens waiting in the wings here. Meanwhile, Jeff Pohl on the left. Joel Wittenbach with 2 DQs, his third and final landing, 437. Jeff Pohl, good over the line, working those brakes on the edge.
Oh, man.
I don't know how he does that. That is incredible. Joel Dobson's best combined score of that practice heat was 321. Jeff Pohl, 272 on his first run. His last run was his longest with 291. So that was the Cessna side of the backcountry class. Now we're going to switch over to the Husky side. Brad Crawford's not here yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
He's got a white and black Husky. So right now, folks, on your right, on the ground, it's time to introduce you to the guys that are going to undo all the work that those Cessna pilots just did. Up front, from Wichita, Kansas, race number 17. It's a 2008 Aviat Husky A1C 200. Give it up for Jerry Clemens.
Jerry Clemens is one of our sponsors, Clemens Insurance. He's the uncle of Austin Clemens. He's got beta in that aircraft, so we might see some backwards action. He might showboat for us in a little bit.
And next up, behind him from Benton, Kansas, race number 62 at 2011 Aviat Husky A1C. Give it up for Austin Clemens.
Austin Clemens is 22 years old and started flying at the age of 12 in a Piper. He was raised in an aviation family and grew up at Stearman Field in Benton, Kansas.
And I guess it's a good time to talk about our sponsor, Clemens Insurance.
Oh.
Clemens Insurance is the most affordable and best insurance coverage available. They maintain the highest standard of excellence. And they've obviously taken good care of National STOL over the years. And they take good care of a lot of aviators that you might know. You know, Trent Palmer, all the other ones.
Cam
Walton. He's sitting right next to me. I had no idea. Of course you got Clemens Insurance. So I've been talking about getting coverage for our flying club as well. So they just take really good care. What I love about it is talking to Jerry about this stuff is that he has lots of ideas about how to make your coverage even more affordable. Here's Jerry now on the roll. Tail high, tail low. Jeff Pohl's watching that going, uh-oh. We got a fight on our hands.
Yeah.
Austin Clemens positioning to the left side of the runway, trying to grab that little bit of crosswind over the wings. He's yanking it off. Even shorter. That was a 150-foot takeoff for Jerry Clemens. Let's see what Austin Clemens got. 109. Healthily in front of any of the Cessnas. 109 feet. Now, here's the thing. Look at the difference between these two, because we've got a battle going on here as well.
Yeah.
Jerry Clemens' aircraft weighs nearly 100 pounds more empty. I'm going to guess that's mostly the tires. He's got the beefier ones on.
It is the beefier one. Oh, yeah, because they do both have beta. So, yeah. I was about to say, engine parts. But
Jerry's also got 20 more horsepower, so it also could be engine. It could be engine and tires.
Yeah.
But he's got a bit more weight than Austin does empty.
Yeah,
here's Jerry now on the left.
That rubber is definitely going to add.
Rubber's heavy.
Yeah.
Observation of the century. Okay, so here's Jerry Clemens now settling in. Watch how precise he is. His precision is through the roof.
High alpha, throwing it down.
And we're
double thumbs up from Lexi.
Good over the line for Jerry Clemens, and then that massive roar was the reverse pitch propeller, pushing the thrust of the engine forward just like a commercial airliner.
Yep.
It's not a silver bullet. Austin Clemens was the first on the scene with that, and sometimes the workflow in the cockpit is just too high. Austin Clemens settling in now on the left.
With the snarling husky on the tail. Ooh.
Nice one, Austin Clemens. No reverse pitch.
and
he's got he doesn't even have, normally he's running 29-inch bush wheels, but he's got the little baby boys on there.
Yeah.
Don't tell him I called his tires that. Little baby boys.
Little baby boys. But yeah, no reverse pitch. I mean, and like you said, it's not a silver bullet. Like we've seen at Moses Lake, Andrew Patry, it didn't work out for him a few times.
Yeah, multiple times at Moses Lake, Andrew Patry sent himself further down the landing surface.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct. All right, between the two of them, uncle and nephew, Austin Clemens currently in the lead with 244. Jerry Clemens with 276. Right now, that would put Jeff Pohl in second place between the two of them if this were competition tomorrow.
I wonder if it's conflict of interest that Jerry is Lexi's boss.
I wasn't going to bring it up. So looks like they're waiting for air bosses to let them go. We got some airplanes bopping around the pattern here at Hartford. Yeah, listen to the radio here. We got RVs. We got someone off in the distance there. Yeah. Air bosses they're really putting in work there in the back of that pickup truck. Normally they would be above us, right? Like back in the pre-Moses Lake days, they'd be above us in the broadcast trailer. Okay, Jerry Clements now getting that tail nice and high, dropping those flaps, yanking it back. That was nice.
Yeah. Textbook. Short field operations, we're going to see some more of that from Austin Clements.
Our friend, we've got a mutual friend, Annie Vogel.
Yeah.
She just took delivery of a brand new Husky as well.
Oh, so lucky. This pilot, Annie.
I don't know who was shorter there. Jerry Clemens had a takeoff of 119. Austin Clemens, I think, was a little longer.
I feel like it was a little longer, maybe a little bit longer than last time for sure.
Well, they're coming around the pattern. Oh, at 149. Yeah, Austin Clemens a little bit longer. So they're trading spaces, so to speak.
Yeah.
Want to give a shout out to the local Hartford police. They're here keeping us safe right now. You can see them in the crowd there. Thank you very much. Hartford Police. It says here you could check out our merch booth if you want to trade patches. You could maybe trade a Sodbusters STOL patch for a police patch. We don't know. We'll see. Is that directly to the police? You want them to? Okay, if you guys, police officers, want to come trade patches with us, we would be fine with that. Oh, she's holding them up. We made it happen. All right. Just trying to make connections here in the booth. So thanks to them for being out, hanging out with us. RV just landed. Looks like an RV-8 just landed on the hard surface there. Pretty RV-8.
Tell from the sliding canopy.
Gotta go slide. Yeah, you gotta knock it back. Feel like a fighter pilot.
True fighter pilot.
So that means, though, based on that, right, we're looking at what's happening in the pattern right now. We've got our Huskies. We got a Cessna that just landed on the hard surface as well, or back taxiing, I think. Austin's up, climbing up and downwind, and that would put Jerry up. There's Jerry turning left base to final, off to your left, folks, in the crowd. So he's going to be lining up on final approach right now.
See what this 172 is doing for us over here in the grass. Probably going to hold short, let Jerry pass.
Hello to Scott Sweet, one of our STOL competitors.
Yo, Scott.
He's watching from a hayfield right now. Wish you were here too, Scott. Thanks for watching, tuning in for the STOL family.
We're going to have a drum competition between him and half the other production crew because everybody here are drummers.
I am not.
Yes.
I'm on the other half. Okay, here comes Jerry Clements. Low and to your left. Look at him working. It's so stable and precise when he flies. Little bit of burst of power there. Over the line. Good over the line. Reverse pitch. Engage.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah, I was excited.
And now Austin Clemens is caught up behind him, just hovering it in. He's like, Uncle, look out, here I come.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah.
Down, planted. And he's like, I could also do that trick. And he backed it up a little bit. Don't worry. They'll measure from where he stopped, not from where he ended with the reverse pitch. That was a nice showing by the Clemenses.
Yes.
The Clemenses. Jerry's 2 landings, so consistent here in practice, within 4 feet. Austin's 2 landings so far were within 14 feet of each other.
Clemens, we'll see that come. Pulling the stick back. Perfect timing.
Austin Clemens on the line right now. So far, out of the 2 runs, Jerry leads by 3 feet with a score of 241. If I bought a Husky, though, I'd get the snarling one.
Yeah.
Would you get the snarling one? Yeah.
Just a big fan of him, like, keeping it low, staying in ground effect, like perfect textbook short field operations.
That was a pretty big vertical there, though, for Austin Clemens on the climb out. But that, yes, like style points for sure. That's a fun thing to do. Like, you can keep it low for a little bit, build up some speed, ride the elevator up. He knows where the edge of that airplane is, too. We've seen him, I believe, a couple of years ago here, like hovering the airplane up at winds aloft.
Yeah, yeah.
Then we had a little bit healthier wind, so Austin knows how to play. Jerry Clemens now on the left in his Husky coming in. .200 horsepower, 31-inch bush wheels. And he even acknowledges in his little bio here, she's a little heavy. Coming in at 1,467 empty. Hovering it in now low over the grass. Ooh, well timed. Well timed on the throttle cut there.
Yep.
Like chopped it, dropped it. Let's see what that score came in for Jerry Clemens here. Not his shortest, actually. That was a combined score of 268, his best 241. Austin Clemens on the left now, coming in right over the line. Good over the line. He's going to be heavy on those tiny tires. A little burst of that reverse pitch, just for good measure.
I don't know, between him and Joel, those stabilized approaches, and Levi, just amazing stabilized approaches.
So right now, if this were... Oh, they both ended up putting down identical scores that run. 268 each for Jerry Clemens and Austin Clemens. So Jerry Clemens, surprisingly, I hate to say it surprisingly, but Austin... I feel like usually beats Jerry, right?
Yeah.
Like, sorry to say it so directly. In practice here, Jerry Clemens out in front of Austin Clemens by 3 feet, 244 to 241. Jeff Pohl, the next closest, with 272. Got a lot of ground to cover tomorrow. I think a little bit more wind would help him.
Yeah.
So that is going to be the Husky side of the backcountry class. We gear up for a little bit more practice. I want to say thanks to our friends at Legend Aircraft. Legend Cub continues to be the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. It is a modern legend, and those who have flown one consider the Legend Cub to be the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. Legend's Today's Legend Cub is an all-new factory-built aircraft designed in the spirit of the legendary Piper J3, PA-11, PA-18 Super Cubs, combining the best from the past with an obtainable wish list of modern enhancements. American Legend Aircraft Company has engineered in all of the safety, comfort, and convenience options imaginable. You can learn more over at legend.aero, and if you want to see one flying right now, kind of a new, exciting one that they've built is Trent Palmer's Legend Nomad. It's one of their new aircraft that's out making waves right now. So big thanks to Legend Cub, Legend Aircraft for their support. It's not your grandfather's Cub. You can actually come visit them at the end of this season in Sulphur Springs, Texas, at their factory. They host the end of the whole thing, the championship, all the marbles.
Shebang. Yeah.
That's our friends over at Legend Aircraft. So big thank you to them for all of their help.
Randy and Darren.
So maybe you liked the clinic in reversible pitch that was just put on for you. nationalstol.com/vote.
Oh, yeah.
Let people know who you like.
Favorite pilot?
Favorite pilot. Who do you want to see? Well, we've got a couple airplanes spooled up over there. It looks like a Badlands Traveler is spinning that prop. So now we're going to see that insane side of STOL flying.
Oh, yeah.
Last year, a little over a year ago, at the Moses Lake Air Show, the Badlands Traveler first entered the competitive mix with its new wing. We'd seen it on the national circuit before with a Cessna wing, but with this new custom wing, we saw it out there and did just an absolutely great job. Pilot Jeff Daly, flying Warhorse, with some wind on the nose, took off in 15 feet off of volcanic ash. Bonkers. 15 feet.
Bonkers.
We've got these same airplanes now taxiing out right now. We've got some other folks practicing as well.
Yeah, we got Kathy Page coming up in Lunacy. Her Carbon Cub FX. Is it FX3? FX2. There we go. With the belly pod.
So these planes aren't going to necessarily be competing against each other tomorrow, but we do, as Cam mentioned, have this Carbon Cub. It's going to be competing. And she'll be practicing. So let's introduce them to you right now. So this is race number 85 from Tucson, Arizona. The 2022 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub FX2 called Lunacy. Give it up for Kathy Page.
Competing in STOL race 85 with Lunacy, flying a beautiful and capable FX2 Carbon Cub from Cub Crafters and Acme Aero. She loves flying and sharing a passion with general aviation to the world, and dedicated to introducing up-and-coming aviators to aviation.
Kathy's just a great competitor. Got to spend a little bit of time with her at the International Council of Air Shows show in December in Las Vegas, and we were connecting about just such a mutual love of STOL flying, what they were doing with STOL drag, and what we're doing here with traditional STOL at National STOL. Just a great person to hang out with. Really enjoyed getting to know her. Next up is race number 171 from Hayden, Idaho. It's a 2025 Badlands Traveler. Let's hear it for Ronnie Sanner.
We don't have He's got an awesome paint job. This will be his first time competing in that aircraft. He's got the round tail on that aircraft compared to the squared off tail that we'll see coming up in just a moment.
From Casper, Wyoming, race number 92 at 2022 Badlands Traveler. Give it up for Joseph Card.
Joseph Card is 55 years old and a private pilot couple years of flying experience and enjoys exploring by air.
That aircraft running the Titan 340, 970 pounds empty. It says here under aircraft performance mods, booster rockets. We'll see. Next up from Cottage Grove, Oregon, race number 8. It's a 2025 Badlands STOL Traveler. Give it up for Mike Babcock.
Mike's a pilot, not as good as he wants to be, but good enough to compete with better pilots. He believes there can be too many mods. Okay, I didn't know that there could be too many mods.
Well, there's a little bit of backstory to that, but I can fill you in.
Is that there's something to be said for simple, basic airplanes that are easy to maintain and easy to fly.
So Mike Babcock first entered the scene with a Rans S21 that he had modified more and more and more to get slow and STOL competitive. Problem is that plane's designed to be kind of a middle-range STOL airplane, right?
Okay,
like
yeah,
it's
S21.
Higher cruise speed in favor maybe of the absolute lowest stall and landing speed. And so he had modified the bones out of that thing, trying to get it to do what he wanted to do. And I think very correctly, he's like, wait a minute, there's probably another airframe that'll do what I want. Instead of modifying it so aggressively, let's like dial that back and get ourselves just what we need. And so I think that's what he's referencing in that bio note there. We watched him fly at Moses Lake.
Yep.
Definitely put on a bit of a barn burner there for everybody with his short takeoffs. So here's Kathy Page now in the Carbon Cub FX2 in the adventure class practice. Making it look easy.
Making it look super easy. Sub 150 on that takeoff.
So that airplane's got 180 horsepower. Ronnie's is unlisted. It says Yamaha Sidewinder. That's it. That's all they tell us. It's going to make more. This one might be one to get your cameras out.
It's going to be at least 300 horsepower on this aircraft. All right.
So if it sounds familiar to you, that's the same engine that you're going to hear on Steve Henry's airplane when he's on the circuit, right?
Yep.
Here's another Yamaha. This one a 998 Turbo. Horsepower listed. Oh, no, not yet. Sorry. We're back to the Titans. This is a Titan 340 on the front of this Badlands. Sounds a little more classic. Jody Card yanking it off. Holy cow. Who needs a Yamaha? Not that guy. Now, here comes Mike Babcock, the other Yamaha. This is the 998 Turbo.
We're sub 75 feet on all these takeoffs, I believe. So see what Mike's going to do for us.
Kathy Page, takeoff 142. Ronnie Sanders, 76. Jody Card, 65. Mike Babcock.
He's still getting it dialed in. It's going to be sub 100 feet, which is still nothing to, I mean, that's super short still. But
now, with these airplanes, sorry to interrupt, but I want to point out to everyone, like getting off is just part of the problem in STOL.
Right.
You also have to land it.
Getting on. All right, Kathy Page on short final in Lunacy. Easing it on the grass, smooth like butter. Just gonna get it stopped. Sub 225. Our takeoff was 142. Waiting on that landing number 208.
Combined score of 350.
Ooh, 350.
Ronnie Sander going to be coming around next. Takeoff of 76 feet. We're getting down into what I call the stupid or dumb numbers.
Yeah.
we're like pushing the edges of physics here. So Ronnie Sander, first landing of National STOL in this aircraft. brought it to Moses Lake, did not compete, just kind of bragged about how cool it looked.
Yeah, showed it off. Ooh.
Bloop, bloop. Brakes, brakes.
Badlands Traveler followed by another Badlands Traveler.
Here comes Jody Card now, 65-foot takeoff.
Just easing it in.
Look at that deck angle.
Yeah.
He's just gonna plop it down. Bam!
Ooh, okay. Yeah.
That was a show, folks. Holy cow.
Yeah, that was some directed energy into the ground.
And he's hustling out of the way of Mike Babcock. A 54-foot landing there for Jody Card.
He's just going.
Whoa! I guess Mike Babcock wanted to do the same thing. I think he max extended those shocks.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
Oh man. So yeah, we saw an exhibition ×2 of just direction of energy, more or less directed towards the ground as opposed to across the ground.
I mean,
that's what you want, though.
Right. I mean, yeah. So the physics, right, of what you're describing makes sense, but like, woof, how is his back?
How's the gear? Is the airplane okay? We're talking about tube and fabric aircraft with monstrous engines on them.
Sorry, we got to the point of the show where I'm like having a hard time talking because I just don't know how to process what I just saw.
Yeah.
Jody Card, man, that was something else. He can hear you in the cockpit, folks. He's got that window wide open. You can give him a hoot and a holler if you want. Mike Babcock.
Getting it dialed in. I mean, he's performing like, we saw him last competition, and it was a little harrowing at times. It was exciting. And now he's getting it dialed in. John Douglas.
John Douglas is like, hey, guys.
It looks like he's got Angela with him. They might be going out.
They might be going for a little scenic flight.
Yeah. That's what happens when you own your own aircraft.
So Kathy Page back out front. Combined score of 350.
She goes, and you see those flaps getting deployed and just smooth as silk off the grass.
I think the last time I saw Kathy Page compete in National STOL was Sodbusters last year.
Yeah.
And I remember being totally blown away by how smooth and clinical she is on the controls. Butter.
Yeah.
Absolute butter all the time. Ronnie Sanner now.
Same. Just smooth as silk on takeoff, nothing violent, didn't have to pull hard. No cranking and yanking, just smooth action.
Cranking and yanking, followed by plopping and dropping with this one.
Oh, Dawn.
I don't even know, like, what? And then he's just like, I have so much power, I'll just cut the throttle back. It's fine, guys. I'm fine over here.
Do a little slip on takeoff.
Mike Babcock on the line now. Seafair Pacific.
I don't know if you're noticing.
Okay.
But he's not completely static when he's putting on the full beans. Like, he starts to throw it in there and then kind of like loses, he's moving just a little bit. It's not completely static, so he's kind of doing himself a disservice on his takeoffs.
Yeah.
But it's still short. I mean,
we saw him yesterday while we were setting up too. Like that turbo blow-off valve was doing work.
Yeah. You can hear it.
Kathy Page now on base leg. She's going to be cutting it short approach here to the left. Here she comes now, settling down in.
Flaps deployed.
Carrying a little bit of power. There she goes. Yep. Right. Like stall horn right as it touched down.
Yeah.
Textbook.
Wow.
I mean, it's not, I don't want to say it's not a fair fight, but like, look at the pilot control she has. It's just a question of like on the takeoffs, the horsepower in this class. It's not. She's got about the same actually as Jody Card. Ronnie Sander now on the left.
Doing what the BLT does best. Flying slow.
Sounds like Daffy Duck. Okay,
Yeah.
here we go. Getting it slowed down and stopped there. Actually, no, I'm sorry, I got my wrong Looney Tune. Porky Pig, a beep, 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 beep.
Oh, yeah.
As he's like modulating it.
I was thinking about Daffy Duck, though, because it was like the car that Porky Pig was driving, and he was like, it sounded similar to that.
This is Millennial Memories with Cam and Ryan.
Deep cut.
Deep cuts. National STOL practice. Okay. Next up, Jody Card. 65-foot takeoff with a 54-foot landing on the first run. 68-foot takeoff. Currently the shortest of anyone in practice here for Jody Card. By the way, Ronnie just landed. Kind of an interesting note. Titanium brakes in the airplane. I'll explain why it's interesting in a second. Here's Jody Card nursing it over. Going to do the same trick. Plop.
Man.
Not messing around. Yeah, totally, right? You put that energy into the ground.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to go forward.
He's got plenty of tires and shock and everything to just absorb all of that impact and not worry about prop strike or anything like that.
So the next time Ronnie touches down on this third one around the red and white plane, he's got titanium brakes. They spark when he touches down.
Ooh.
It's just the titanium rubbing and sparking, but don't be alarmed by that. All right, Mike Babcock now.
Yeah.
A little more gentle this time around for Mike Babcock. Stopping a little bit beyond 175. So he had a better takeoff that time. He took off in 78 feet. Touchdown in 175. So it's interesting, right? With a little more aggressive takeoff, but a less ploppy, droppy landing.
Yeah.
He's literally within a foot of each other. He had a 254 on his first run and a 253 on his second run. Getting ready for a third run of the adventure class here at Sodbusters Practice, part of the National STOL Circuit 2025. If you're just tuning in, I'm Ryan Dabrowski. Cam Walton's hanging out with me.
Yeah.
We're doing some practice here at one of the best airports in the country, no holds barred, one of the best grass runways in the country, and just south of Oshkosh, the big air show that kicks off on Monday. And we've got a who's who of STOL aviation flying for us today. We've had Levi Nogues. We've had Nick Ardillo, Keith Lang. I got to be careful who I do and don't say. I'm going to get in trouble. And we've got even more on the way. Here's Kathy Page, another who's who of STOL flying, and she's off
Once again.
just butter.
I mean, I wasn't ready for it to lift off, but Lunacy was ready.
Kathy's not messing around. Ronnie Sander now. Watch for the sparking brakes. Oh! Now, this is interesting. From my vantage point, it looked like it took off even shorter than where the judges are standing. And that obviously is a few angles can play. Currently in first place in practice with a combined score of 119. What?
Combined score, 119? Ah, come on.
What?
Brain not worky, man. I mean, I don't know what I just saw.
I don't know how to react to that. Mike Babcock, by the way, love that shade of blue.
Yeah, very electric blue.
I like that. Look at the different wing designs on these Badlands Travelers, right? We've got no slats over here, but BGs. Ooh, doggy.
Yeah.
And then Jody is rocking the slats.
Oh, I hadn't even noticed. Yeah.
And Jody's rocking the traditional engine, right?
Yep.
Compared to these Yamahas. So really interesting. Like Jody Card, if you want to compare type to type, Cub type to Badlands, Jody's running near the same horsepower as Kathy Page.
Mm-hmm.
Just a very different wing, very different airplane all in. Speaking of Kathy Page, she's got some nice wind coming down the runway now.
Yeah, getting a good gust.
Helping her get a shorter number. Also has that belly pod on the airplane, which apparently aerodynamic testing does not have any performance deficit.
Yeah.
Because it creates a little lifting body effect. Here she comes.
Ooh,
butter every time.
Man.
Butter.
Like the door. Her door barely even moved.
Yeah, that's like the old school, like J3 Cub stall warning is actually the door floats up when you start to get slow. And it barely even popped up there.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, so watch the brakes. Look for the flaming, sparking brakes, titanium brakes here. Here comes Ronnie Sander. So Kathy Page, by the way, best score was her first run, 350 feet. That last one, 447. Ronnie Sander coming in with the best combined score of 274. Let's see what he does on this one. Holding it off on off the ground. Burst of power.
Yeah, man. Masterfully, right across the line. Lexi says it's good. Didn't give up much.
What's wild too is looking at Ronnie's airplane, like the tail. I know it's not, but the tail surface, because of the black paint on the top and the one on the bottom. Every time I look at it, I go is that too small? Like it just looks like the visual illusion of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ronnie Sander, best score is still 274. That last run, 293. Jody Card, again, the shortest of them all, 119 combined on his first run. This one had a 73-foot takeoff.
Oh, yeah.
Holy cow, deck angle. I could heard that one.
Oh, man. That's
old
awesome.
Plop and drop, but it's working for him. All the way down to the stops on those shocks, I think.
Yeah.
That was a 103-foot landing for Jody. That was his longest Seriously, 54 feet was his shortest. Okay, here comes Mike Babcock.
Chopping the throttle. Ooh. Tail high. He's going to get a stop, though. I mean,
I think what we're looking for Mike Babcock from Moses Lake to now, we've seen a big improvement on those landings. Really starting to get consistent. He's got to make it more consistent than that even. But he's definitely like getting it dialed in, and compared to the landings we saw at Moses Lake, clearly putting some practice in and getting that airplane more comfortable underneath him. So that's going to wrap up the adventure class here in practice at the home of Cub Air Flight, Hartford, Wisconsin. Let's do a little weather check here. Looks like we've technically got a little bit more wind. West Bend Municipal, again, that is 12 nautical miles away, but they're reporting 8 knots of wind. So a little bit more to play with from this morning.
got some friends flying over us right now.
Want to say hi to some other folks in the chat here. It's like the who's who of STOL. Dan Reynolds is in the chat. He says, great seeing you two back in action on the screen. Oh, thanks, Dan.
Hey.
Thank you. Say hi to everybody. We just said hi to literally everyone in the world. Dan, wish he was here. He's baling some hay, I think. He's been on the circuit a lot this year. He's got to keep up with the farm. Ira Walker from Wyoming saying hello as well.
Couldn't make it out. Jeremy and Ashley Myers right behind me, good friends of ours. Hey, guys, right behind you.
That was a while ago. They might have been hanging out back there. It looks like we're gearing up for the unlimited class practice. Pat McIntyre's hanging out there, waiting for us to announce him here. Everyone, check it out. From Lincoln, Nebraska, race number 40 at 2006 Rans S7. Let's hear it for Pat McIntyre.
Sodbusters will be his last competition in the Rans. He's currently doing a build assist with Jared Garrettson at Garrettson Aviation on a Badlands Traveler. So enjoy it while you can. This is the last time we'll see him.
Yeah, this weekend. The last time to see Pat McIntyre in a Rans S7. Sad. Sad to see it. Excited to see what he does with the Badlands. But watching him fly this thing in the last couple of years and growing from rookie all the way to unlimited competitor, been a real treat. So a little single tear I'll shed for race number 40 there, the S7 he's been flying. Next up from Elko, Nevada, it's race number 3, a 2024 Badlands Vaquero. Let's hear it for Hal Stockman.
This is a rebuild of Lawnmower 4, Lawnmower 4.1. Tail from the original aircraft was recovered, adding a canard up front to help offset the CG. As you can see that canard right behind the engine.
That canard improving tail effectiveness and reducing wing loading.
Canard being French for duck.
Bonjour. Je m'appelle Hal Stockman. Okay, check it out. From Manhattan, Kansas, it's race number 603, a 2022 Badlands Traveler. Let's hear it for Jared Garrettson.
Jared Garrettson enters his second season competing with National STOL. He buys, sells, and trades aircraft, also builds experimental backcountry aircraft, and is known for saying, if I can fit in it, I'll fly it.
So Jared Garrettson, I made the joke, I can't remember if it was maybe in Oregon. And every time he borrows someone's beats them in it.
Yeah.
So he is one to watch. He's flying in all different classes. Purportedly will be flying the Backcountry Boss tomorrow as well.
Ooh.
There goes the PC-12.
Beautiful paint job.
he is one to watch, right? You look at the two men in front of him. Pat McIntyre, a relative newbie compared to Hal Stockman.
Yeah.
But they're both, I think, now solidified as legends of National STOL, right? Like these two guys put on a show. Jared Garrettson is the new guy on the scene, right? Started really competing, I think, in earnest last year.
Yep.
And just giving them a run for their money. So there's a really interesting story here between these three different kind of eras of STOL flying. Like, when did people start in the National STOL season? Hal has been flying STOL for, decades. Here's Pat now. And that, I mean, look what he can do.
Yeah, let's go.
You have seen that plane fly twice already today with two different pilots at the controls, and look what Pat just did with it. That's called knowing your airplane, right?
Yeah.
Let's see what the canards can do for Hal Stockman. These made their first appearance in the National STOL circuit at Ontario, Oregon. Oregon Trail STOL.
Yeah. We saw him come in with them.
Bloop.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, there we go, Hal.
It just wants to keep climbing.
Keeping those wings level.
Yeah.
A little sporty there. All right, Jared Garrettson now. You just saw three Badlands Travelers doing their thing.
I mean, he is right there on the edge of performance in that aircraft. And already, short final, Pat McIntyre.
So Jared Garrettson's flying Jody Card's Badlands, by the way, if that looked familiar to you. Here comes Pat McIntyre, first landing of unlimited practice, Sodbusters 2025. Woo, there we go. Style points for Pat McIntyre. Little burst of power to get that nose up and put him into that nice landing configuration. Hal Stockman based a final now in the Vaquero.
Yeah.
Look at these takeoff numbers. Pat McIntyre, 75. Hal Stockman, 69. Jared Garrettson, 48. I can't relate to 48. That is a small number. So these canards on the front, right? That's like a Burt Rattan thing. Normally used to make an airplane go fast.
Yeah.
Because you put the big wing in the front. It gives him more tail effectiveness. So you can put the tail down lower, plop it in. Woo. Another way that you've seen competitors do that is by putting weights on the tail.
Yeah.
And that's happened a couple times today. We had competitors out with weights on the tail to help keep that tail down. Well, instead of adding weights that aren't doing anything, Hal's adding lift on the front, which pushes the tail down.
Yeah.
And also helps get a little more lift on the plane when he needs it. Jared Garrettson, helicopter. Nose high, descending now. He's going to have to arrest that with power. Tail's hanging down. Huge deck angle. Look at that behind the power curve.
Woo. Just dropping it in like Jody was doing.
I would venture to say, though, a little more gentle than Jody.
I mean, a little more gentle. Same approach.
But he's borrowing Jody's planes. He's got to be nicer to it, right? Let's stack them up right now. Right now, Jared Garrettson is in first place in unlimited practice with a combined score of 125. Pat McIntyre second with 161. Hal Stockman. The landing is what got him compared to the others, 188.
It looks like after these guys, we're going to have open practice.
Yeah, so we'll be going from our heated practice to just open practice where anyone can do Well, I was about to say, when anyone can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Not true. Where anyone who wants to practice can practice. We had some people coming in late. Pat McIntyre on the roll. Pulled a little early. Wasn't ready to fly that time. His first takeoff was 75 feet. That was 111. So longer for Pat McIntyre that time. Hal Stockman blew our brains with 69. And that is no different. I feel, I would have to go back and look at the scores and the wind and everything, Cam, but I feel like Hal's got those canards dialed in better.
Yeah.
The takeoffs are much shorter, and the way the airplane is leaving the ground feels just better.
Yeah. Looks
Jerry
more
Garrettson.
practice.
What? There's no way that plane should have kept flying.
No, it
right?
should have settled
down. It popped
down.
off, and I was like, it'll settle down.
Yep.
It did not. Upsetting. 48 feet again for Jerry Garrettson. That's
Jeez.
2 48s in a row on the takeoff. Can't relate to that. I don't understand.
Ridiculous.
Pat McIntyre. Hanging it out there,
All right.
dropping it down. The thing to watch tomorrow at Pat, he's not, I mean, you see what Jared's doing in that plane, and I think there's a reason why Pat's building one of those, right?
Oh,
why he
yeah.
chose to switch airframes. But the way that Pat can fly instinctively in the right moment, depending on the wind, the sight picture, everything, is always super impressive. We've seen him win in the last round often.
Yeah.
Hal Stockman. Stick full back in the cockpit, and then you saw him retract the flaps as quickly as possible. That reduces the lift on the wing and puts a little more force into the ground. Piper Cherokee taking off. Adios, Cherokee.
Goodbye.
See you later. And now look to your left. Eventually, Jared Garrettson will land this airplane.
Like you said, eventually.
What is happening? Lexi called it good, too.
Oh, my goodness.
So his first landing was 77 feet. Not everyone. Pat McIntyre was longer. Hal Stockman was shorter. He's down to 180. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a 58-foot landing by Jared Garrettson.
That's crazy. 48 feet on takeoff, 58 feet on landing.
So Jared Garrettson in a arguably very big airplane now has a combined score in practice of 106 feet.
Well, needless to say, he's number one right now.
Jody Card in the same aircraft had his best at 119 for second overall in practice. Pat McIntyre currently holding third overall in practice with 161, and Hal Stockman 180 for fourth overall. That's why it's the unlimited class. Again, just too early for Pat. It was not ready to fly that time. So Hal Stockman's dialing it in. He improved by 8 feet between run 1 and run 2. Nice takeoff for Hal Stockman there.
Yeah, looking around 75 feet or less.
His best so far, 69. That was 74 feet.
It's crazy numbers.
Jerry Garrettson's done 48 and 48. Let's see if we can get another one for consistency's sake.
It's looking like 48.
In thrust, we trust. Holy cow. He's flying it just right on the edge.
Yeah.
And Cam and I are just staring at a spreadsheet, waiting to see what number comes in. Pat McIntyre on 48, triple 48s. Here's Pat McIntyre.
Woo!
That was, see what I mean about reading? Like reading the conditions.
Yep.
So, they just adjusted it to 49. So Jared Garrettson, 48, 48, and 49-foot takeoffs.
Okay.
Very consistent.
Yeah.
Pat McIntyre's best was his first run with 161. Hal Stockman also just a foot off of each other, 73 to 74 feet. He's hummingbirding.
It's flying
Look at
so
that.
slow. There's birds behind him flying faster. Oh, man.
That is something else. I mean, we talk about like different approaches to the problem, like the STOL problem.
Mm-hmm.
You want to take off short and land short. How do you do it? Hal, his airplane just totally personifies the way he thinks about STOL, right?
Yeah.
That was something else. Okay, so he's down to his best with 149. What?
Just hanging it.
What? I don't.
Yeah.
I just overheard Doug Jackson, one of the founders of National STOL, from the very beginning. He said he just parked that thing there.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he did. He just parked it there.
And now he's going to get some groceries.
So that was a 49-foot landing, folks. And at the end of unlimited practice, Jared Garrettson just put down a 98-foot combined score, which is upsetting to me, like in a good way.
Yeah.
I don't know how to react to that. Like the numbers in National STOL are getting so small. Right, and we don't have, sometimes we would see, I think Outlaw STOL years and years ago, Steve Henry had a nice healthy headwind and took off in 6 feet. Right, like that's insane. But now we're seeing airplanes that are bigger, heavier, combined 98 feet. What?
Yeah, that is insane.
I've said before, like, what is physics? But now it's just big. This is like normal now, this weirdness. And so let's wrap up that last class. By the way, like, if this were tomorrow, Hal Stockman coming in second place in his brand new airplane, 149, 161 for Pat McIntyre. So the action's not over yet here in Hartford. We've gotten through our heated practice. Now we're heading into open practice. Hoping to see some planes that weren't here for their classes back out and practicing. Now that we've seen most of it, we didn't even see any wilderness class. That's going to be a surprise tomorrow. But Cam, now that we've seen most of it, like what are your general takeaways for Sodbusters 2025?
It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow. I mean, that's just the least that I can say. It started out normal, everything more dialed in and taking advantage of the conditions. And I think tomorrow is going to be extremely exciting. It's probably going to be the most exciting Sodbusters we've had.
It's going to be cool. I don't know.
You're not going to be disappointed being here. You're not going to be disappointed watching by any means. It's going to be very exciting in all the classes. And even with the Vintage Cup class, like Ron and Glenn are going to put down some. It's going to be a fight for sure. partners in ownership of that aircraft, and they're going to be fighting.
It's going to be a cool show tomorrow. Okay, let's take a quick break. We're going to go to a word from our sponsor. Be back with open practice now, Sodbusters 2025. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, ICOM Radios, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca. A special thanks to our local sponsors: Arnold's Environmental Services, the official sanitation provider of Sodbusters STOL; Equipment Rentals, the official equipment rental provider of Sodbusters STOL; Neverland Productions, the official sound of Sodbusters; and thanks to Kylie's Cub Air Flight. At Cub Air Flight, we hold that flying a vintage airplane is as much an art as it is a science.
What's up, Av Geeks and Stol Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star Stol here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke's for everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft Boac. A round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. Gray and orange Moac, Ryan Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck.
It's good. Textbook.
About 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode Moac, Colin Kaneva.
that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
Wisconsin, where if you're just joining us, I hope you're not just joining us because we just saw one heck of a show in the unlimited class and in the adventure class. We are in now open practice here at Sodbusters 2025. My name is Ryan Dabrowski. Cam Walton's next to me as well.
Hello.
Hello, Cam. We're hanging out in the sun under the Windows XP background sky that Wisconsin has given to us. And right now, open practice is kicking off with Kirk Meese. He's from Lindenhurst, Illinois. He's flying a 2007 Cub Crafters Sport Cub, race number 248. Kirk's been flying since he was 17. Flight instructor. Did the airline thing, corporate aviation thing. Last 28 years of his career has been flying Gulf Streams around the world for a global pharmaceutical company. That's probably not that bad of a gig.
Yeah.
And so he still flies for fun, even though he's flying for work, too.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Living the dream.
So let's see what he can do with this thing. This airplane, pretty standard. The Sport Cub, 125 horsepower. Empty weight of 872 pounds. Rocking the 22 inchers. Also, you'll see Keith Lang now coming out to play for some more practice in that 1951 Super Cub. Interesting lineage between these two airplanes, right? You got the OG flown by Keith and the modernized version flown by Kirk.
Yeah.
Here comes Kirk now for his first landing of practice at Sodbusters.
This aircraft is similar in make and model to Kelly Qualls. He's flying a Sport Cub as well.
That was quite gracefully done.
Yeah, it was a beautiful landing. Salt taxiing by us. Keith Lang at the helm.
While Keith's taxiing by, I want to go to the chat. There's some discussion about whether or not the meat sticks were burned up in the accident, and I'm happy to report they were not, because they were not in the trailer. Those are provided by the Douglas family to us.
They were adjusted.
So we are rocking the meat sticks over here in the booth.
They were well ingested ahead of time.
Yes.
Yes.
So thank you for your concern over the traditional meat sticks.
It's a good thing that Theodore wasn't in there because, he's been riding in the trailer a couple of times.
Oh, the skeleton. Here's Keith Lang now. Oh, pulled a little early. Still hanging on. There she goes. Now she's flying. Sorry, I interrupted you. You're talking about Theodore the skeleton.
Yeah. Yep. We'll see Theodore tomorrow.
Yeah, Holmans are coming in, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's check out Kirk's scores. He's going to be in 14th overall, so it's someone to watch tomorrow, I think. Check this out. 112 on the takeoff, 181 on the landing, combined score of 293. Keith Lang, that was a long one for him, 185 on the takeoff, but it just did not want to fly. So Keith coming around on downwind there. Kirk's already set and ready to go. And we've got, looks like maybe a mall on the hard surface.
Good call, man. Yeah, that is a round tail. Almost looks like a bear hawk fish. I don't even know because a buddy of mine just bought one.
119 for that takeoff of Kirk. Keith Lang should be base to final now. Hiding behind that, oh, there he is, hiding behind that tent, the VIP tent here at National STOL. So Keith is now established on final approach.
And he'll start slowing down. He's got his flaps deployed. Pulling back on the throttle. See him nursing the elevator.
Holding it off. There he goes. Good over the line for Keith Lang on that one. Saved it with some good old thrust application.
And thrust retrust.
Just totally got it figured out. Now, here comes Kirk Meese. Holding it off. Oh, looked a little early. Yep, scratch. Called a scratch by headline judge Lexi Duncan.
Looks like Kathy Page and Lunacy taxiing up to the line. Another Super Cub lineage, Carbon Cub lineage aircraft. Number 85, Kathy Page. On the go. Yeah, I love that tail low, but still, you know, it's a wheel takeoff, like, but tail low, still getting that airspeed and just smooth as butter. It's like she can see the grade in the field and just like use it to her advantage.
Yeah, it's wild. Keith Lang now taking off a little bit over 200. And Kirk Meese now in the Cub, coming up to the line. It'll be interesting to see him and Kelly Qualls duke it out.
Yeah, same type.
And the other cool thing to see is that if you come to Hartford right now, this weekend, you can see a preview. Nice takeoff there. You can see a preview of the STOL demo. A lot of pilots that are coming in are going to be also flying in the STOL demo up this week. I will be announcing that with STOL Queen Anitra Goddard.
Let's go.
So that should be interesting to see what happens there.
The STOL Queen. You'll also be able to see just random transient aircraft and some aerobatic guys too.
Yeah, tomorrow? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some big deal aerobatic guys are practicing here in Hartford.
Yeah.
One guy with the initials MG. Here's Kathy Page now. Over the line, gave up about 75 feet. See what that score comes in as well for her. So one thing we need to talk a little bit about is eSTOL. We haven't talked about that. We've got a voracious, aggressive, amazing audience online that's watching us live streaming Facebook, YouTube. Most of them are STOL competitors.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about what STOL is.
Yeah, so what's going to end up happening a week from today is in Microsoft Flight Simulator, we're going to have this exact same competition, but in-game. So it'll be the weather live from Hartford. So if the winds are blowing, out the east, then the winds are going to be blowing out the east in the game next Saturday. But yeah, the Sodbusters competition will happen in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and competitors like Katrina and P-Troll and Byron and all the gang will be there. I might be announcing. I'm not going to be announcing. I still don't have a laptop, and it'll be in the middle of Oshkosh.
The end of Oshkosh, yeah, that's
well,
Saturday.
yeah, I said the middle, but yeah, it'll be the middle of the day on Saturday. Final air show day, big air show day, really. But yeah, we'll be doing the same thing in Microsoft Flight Simulator with National STOL at Hartford. Come compete. If you don't even have to have an amazing computer rig. You can just have Microsoft Flight Simulator and a good controller. I have a Yawman.
Can you play on Xbox?
Yeah. Actually, you can play on Xbox too. Yeah. So if you have Game Pass and you get Microsoft Flight Simulator for free with that, I believe, come compete. It's always a good time. We always have cool guests, especially in the e-STOL world, in the e-gaming world. I'm usually announcing with Austin with Burstix TV, and we have Katrina in there every once in a while, and Ooh Can Do is in there. All the cool people come out. I would say it's a great way to get into aviation, but also it's just a great way to get into National STOL, because our crew, if you're not in the chat right now, you can see, or if you're in the chat right now, you'll see that the e-STOL community is out strong in the chat.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing that's remarkable to me, and it's fun to see, we got some other pilots coming out for open practice now. We got Matt Dorsum coming out in the Kid Fox. We got Mike Babcock come to play some more. See if he can stretch those gear legs out even wider. It is harder, in my opinion, to fly e-STOL than it is to fly regular airplanes.
It's way harder. it's. I mean, like, I can't say from first-hand experience, like competing, like real world, but like as a pilot trying to fly in Microsoft Flight Simulator, like it's very fine controls.
Yeah, and you don't have your body to help you figure out what the airplane's doing.
Yeah. It is not a one-to-one, or like just because you understand flying, you're probably going to do worse in game until you fly with someone who can kind of tune those motor skills of yours, especially if you're using the controller. We've got a whole lineup of aircraft for open practice, especially these Badlands Travelers rocking these Tundra tail wheels. I'm gonna have to corner Kathy and just be like, how are you doing that? Like, could you see, did you have some type of unfair advantage because like your takeoffs are just silky smooth and you have not had an inconsistent one yet? Beef Lane and Salt on the go. White Super Cub. Pepper being the black Super Cub that's not on the circuit right now. coming up on the Sport Cub. Should be a 0200 in that aircraft. Just a classic 100 horsepower engine. Matt Dorsum in the Kit Fox 4 with the Yamaha Apex engine. Looks like some of our competitors are going to make way for our aircraft that are in the pattern. Mike Babcock's going to be the last one for a second until we recover our aircraft that are in the pattern, looks like. Mike getting the go ahead to go and give it to Full Beans.
Ha ha! Full Beans! Maybe his new nickname's Mike Beans Babcock. No. I was looking to the audience to see if that was funny. They said no. There was, now there's a smile that I'm being like self-deprecating about it. But yeah.
Electric Beans.
Electric Beans? I don't know. We'll keep workshopping it, Cam. But if you have any ideas, you guys can put them in the chat. Kathy Page now coming in. Oh, again, just butter. Always.
I don't understand. Like,
instead of lunacy, she should call that plane
buttressy.
Buttressy. That's a different thing, I think.
I mean, like, it's unfair. Like, I have my good days where all the landings are buttery smooth, and then there's the one that's not so buttery smooth. And she's just rocking all of the butter.
Keep playing.
Scratching it. Scratching that itch.
So if he scratches, scratching that itch, that was nice. If he scratches in the airplane named Salt, does he have to throw salt over his shoulder?
Yeah. What
at dinner tonight?
Yeah.
We are dad joking it
well,
hard.
I mean, you know, it depends on what we're eating, because if it's anything here, he can just throw anything over his shoulder. It's going to have enough sodium in it. It's going to be like cheese curds and like fish flying.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get here in Wisconsin. What's your take on Kirk now that you've seen him fly a few times around the pattern?
I think he's doing really well. I think Kelly shouldn't sleep on anybody. You know, he shouldn't think that he's a shoe-in, because looks like he's got some fair competition. Matt Dorsum on short final. Making it over the line. Double thumbs up from Lexi. It's going to get his short. Stopped short of 175. Mike Babcock on short final. And the Badlands Traveler, powered by the 998T Yamaha engine, snowmobile engine.
So, watching that landing, right? Like we threw out the note, like, hey, a little more consistency in landing, and I think we're seeing it, right?
Yeah.
Like from Mike Babcock.
Yeah.
I didn't feel as strongly about like positive aircraft control at Moses Lake, right? Like I think there were a couple that he was feeling even after the fact. He acknowledged, like, hey, these were not my favorite landings.
Yeah.
But it's also a new airplane with a lot of power. You got a lot to modulate and work through on the landings too, right? So I feel like he's dialing it in. That first one of practice was definitely going to be. It will be on TikTok. That was a good one, but I feel like I'm seeing that gel together for sure.
Yeah, no, you can see him getting it dialed in, like, and we keep saying that, but I mean, like, it's just what he's doing. It's really, really happening. It's live action, live time, watching, what you would do, honestly, or what you would at least hope to be doing, getting better as a student pilot, like refining your skills. You're going to first have to get used to flying an airplane. That's weird on its own because you're taxiing with your feet. Man, Ronnie, that was crazy.
Do you wish he would have brought that plane out at Moses Lake, or are you glad that he waited? I mean, usually discretion is the better part of valor.
I'm going to say that I'm glad that he waited because I think he is now in the books with a happy performance. And he's not having any, like, his regretful runs aren't coming from, like bad runs, right? They're coming from good runs that are getting better with him getting it dialed in for competition tomorrow. And I think he's going to be happy with the way that he's performing and the way that the aircraft is performing after this weekend.
Good job.
Matt Dorsum coming by, and Mad Dog, I love watching him fly. Do you feel like the Kid Fox is working against him? I mean, he definitely knows his plane.
I don't know. I think once they get it done, once he understands, because I was talking to him on the way to the bathroom, like right after this, and he was saying that like he was kind of disappointed, of course, and I think it's the hill. I think it's that grade. Like even the smallest, like I've noticed it, like practicing, like 2 feet is immense. It's
True.
a lot. Yeah. And I think that's what's working against him. But he's going to practice. He's going to continue practice, and he's got tomorrow morning to practice too. He's got the rest of this afternoon. I think he's going to get it figured out and be happy with his performance because right now, like, I'd be happy performing the way that he's performing. I know.
Yeah, I mean, he's got nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah.
It's interesting too because if the wind is as forecast tomorrow, right now we're landing downhill. Tomorrow we'll be landing uphill.
Yeah.
So it's going to be like if you're all dialed in right now, it's going to be a little different. It's not a huge difference, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe you don't notice it. I mean, Ronnie Sanders working that thing, man. Nope, keep it straight. So I jinxed him because I said, oh, he's really working that thing. Did not keep it straight. That's obviously a thing we got to figure out for directional control sake. But so when I was landing the J3 here, I don't know if I mentioned that, Cam, that I learned to fly here in the J3 Cub. And
You're a pilot?
It makes me better than every other pilot. But, like, when I was doing that, right, like, you'd notice your landings are shorter going north than south in general. Mm-hmm. But, like, it wasn't that big of an impact. I think for competition, though, it is, right? Like, it is a big impact. You've got feet separating outcomes. And so you're right, like, the grade coming down, if you're not dialed into that.
Yeah.
And you're not plopping and dropping like Mike and Jody. I also just want to point out that, man, what a beautiful day.
Oh, man. It is absolutely stunning out here. Like, this is the quintessential, like, Wisconsin I'll call it big sky. Like just, driving in this morning, driving in yesterday afternoon, like it was just amazing. Just seeing all the fields. It's just everything that I'm used to driving through the Midwest. Yeah, if you hadn't been out to Sodbusters or if you hadn't been out to Oshkosh, like you're doing yourself a disservice. There's something for everyone. If you're a fan of aviation, or maybe you're just aviation curious, like you don't know exactly what you like yet in aviation, or that you want to try to like it, like come out. You're gonna find something cool. Like it's gonna be really, really good. Whether you like amphibs or ultralights, or you can only fly ultralights, right? Some people are just kind of turned off by aviation because they can't fly something because of some medical condition or whatever. But if you don't need a pilot's license, then, ultralights are cool.
Yeah, there's a whole separate conversation about if you've watched practice today and you've been inspired by what Kathy Page is doing here. Again, so smooth every time, so smooth. But if you've watched that and you're inspired by that, like, you should get out there and fly. And yeah, maybe you do have a medical condition that would prevent you from getting like a first class or second class medical, but you could probably get a third, or basic med is another way. There's a lot of different ways medically to get involved. Matt Dorson just put on a clinic there. That was like perfectly timed. There's also the financial question. Aviation is not something that's cheap, but there are a lot of different ways to get involved in aviation, right? Like you can fly STOL and develop certain sorts of skills. Mike Babcock now, look at that. He's got to run back for that one to get a score. That was nice and short for Mike Babcock. The RVs are off going to play too right now, which is kind of cool. The idea of this is more affordable than you think it is, I think is what I think about a lot, right? Like there's a way in. So flight simulator, get started there. Drones, you want to fly FPV drones or cinematic drones, that's a way in. If you want to go a little bit further, you've got ultralights, you've got paramotoring, paragliding, those are like the most visceral ultralights. But then you've got like ultralights that function like actual 3-axis airplanes, right? You've got ultralight helicopters. Those maybe aren't the most affordable way in. But like you've got all these ways that you can get involved. And if you want to get into flying full-size airplanes, check out the vintage, right? You've got a Champ, these J3s that I learned to fly. And part of the reason why I started, just to be totally candid, the price was right. To learn how to fly in a J3. I'm glad I did. It was a super enjoyable experience. But the price was right. I think at the time, it was almost half as expensive to get instruction in a J3 as it was in a Cessna 172. It's just a less complicated airplane, right? So there's a way in. And I think the last thing I'll preach about, and I'm jealous. Like, you've got your own plane, man. That's all for you. I share my Cessna with 14 other people. It's way more airplane than I could afford on my own, but it gives me access to something that I wouldn't. And right now, like my airplane bill every month, not including like fuel when I fly it, is less than my cell phone bill. So like, there's like a way in, I guess. Is like, don't give up. Like, do the math, figure out if you can find that way in, because it might be more affordable than you think. There might be access. For instance, if you had a medical issue, there's a lot of ways to make this dream become a reality. Okay, Kathy Page now pulled the flaps out as she descended into the ground. Super cool.
Yeah, to go along with what you were saying about it being affordable, like, there's some hobby you have, there's something that you're collecting that has value, like has the value that you could use for your aircraft, like especially if you have like a boat. I mean, kayaks are like a good fiberglass kayak. Matt Dorsum bringing it in, getting it stopped. Looks like somewhere around 100 feet. But a good fiberglass kayak is between $2,000 and $4,000. That's flight training. That's your very first hours of flight training, like a good chunk of it. You could I don't want to say you could probably, Mike Babcock bringing it in. $4,000 is almost half of what they say flight training costs, right? They say that it costs $10,000 roughly. $4,000 is 40% of that. So, I mean, like, there's ways to get in, there's ways to get your training. Working at the airport part-time is a way to get in. I know that there's always that romanticized, it's the kid on the outside of the fence and the guy cleaning his RV or whatever, and he's like, hey, you want to go out for a flight? And, like, ask his parents, and, like, it just happens that way. But you're at church or you're at the supermarket, they're like, yeah, I fly airplanes. Like, don't think that it's rude to ask them, do you mind one day if I go up with you? Because they're going to go up regardless. If they own an airplane, they're going to go up and train. They're going to go up and have a good time. They're going to, get their 3 takeoffs and landings in to stay current. And just ask them if you can go up with them, because chances are they're going to say yes, especially if you've never been in an airplane or you want to continue your training. Like, we all want to take somebody up.
Cool thing happening right now is we got the return of our new competitor.
Steven? Is that his name? With that Viking engine sounding strong. I don't know. For some reason, it sounded a lot stronger then than it did earlier. I don't know. Maybe I'm hearing things.
So that was Steve Zly. Only got 1 round in during the heat. And that was a nice short one as well in the Rans S7. Brooks Turbeville.
Yeah.
Ronnie Sanders still playing. Tomorrow, you got to believe he's out here because he saw Jody Card and what Jody Card was doing.
Yeah.
That's going to be a fun showdown, that entire class. I mean, Mike Babcock's out here still playing as well.
Yeah, for a good while. Steve's aircraft, his setup with the Viking engine in the Zenith, like, that's what I knew of Zenith. Because I'd been at the Central Florida Classic and seen the demonstration aircraft that they have that Jan had.
Oh, yeah, man. That's my most viral video on TikTok.
Oh, yeah?
Jan, like, dragging the tail the whole time and just taking off, like, kicking dirt everywhere at Central Florida Classic.
Jan Egenfeller?
Yeah.
Yeah. He is the Viking engine guy, him and Alyssa, his wife. Yeah, that was my introduction to everything after Arkansas.
Well, here he comes now for another landing in open practice here at Hartford. Steve Zly coming in the Zenith, the Honda-powered Zenith. And it's interesting because this is something that is a little controversial in aviation, right? You've got the traditional engines, and then in the home built scene, people start throwing the various different automotive conversions, and it takes a lot of work. Oh, did he hold it off?
That looked like a scratch.
Maybe held it off. Maybe held it off. Nice, over the line, and she calls a scratch. Yeah, must not have held it off. I was hoping for him because that was a fun adventure he went on there.
Yeah.
Using all that power to keep things moving. But there is a bit of a debate, right, in terms of like old school air-cooled, new school water-cooled Rotax, right? That didn't start as aircraft engines.
Oh, yeah. Nope.
Nice one by Brooks Turboville. But Rotax has gained acceptance, and they've really put in a lot of effort into becoming an aviation-specific engine.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see companies like Viking with the Honda. I mean, Sonic's aircraft, the VW, Volkswagen conversion. And then there's a lot of Pete and Pole airplanes. Let's go real deep into home builts. A lot of Pete and Poles run on Corvairs.
Oh, yeah.
Old Corvair engines out of those cars.
I'd like to go to that class, go to his setup and do that whole Corvair deal.
Ronnie Sanner, little burst of power to get him over the line there.
Ooh, just smooth. Not violent at all. But yeah, I mean, like when I was pricing airplanes and figuring out what I wanted, especially hearing like how low horsepower some of these airplanes have. Like you go out and you buy a Taylor Craft, a BC-12D, it's 65 horsepower. A 7 AC Champ, a J3 Cub, they all had 65 horsepower engines originally. So you're like, cool, yeah, what if I just threw like a Honda engine in it, or like a Porsche engine, or not really a Porsche, that's not super affordable, but like a Subaru Boxer, or something like that. It's making 200 horsepower easy, And there's an avenue for it. It's not generally accepted. A lot of people will say that the automotive engines tend to fail in airplanes at critical times.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of data about all of that. I think the difference now is, for instance, with the Viking, they're taking a Honda engine core and doing a ton of work to make it suitable for an aircraft. I think the same thing. I mean, look at Diamond Aircraft. They have Mercedes-Benz diesels on some of their aircraft. So it's not like an unheard of thing. It just takes the engineering to get you there. I think in the home built world, if you're building it yourself, there's a lot of variability, right?
Yeah.
If you're the builder, you're building, it's a very exciting thing to me to think about, right? Like the idea of like the aero conversion engine that Sonex builds. Like, let's be real, there's a step in building that engine where you take the prop hub and you shove it in the oven at your house. So like that's a failure point, right? You got multiple people doing that. That could be part of what's happening, right? Like I don't have any issue with that in particular. I just think that that's maybe part of why aero conversion, auto conversions have that reputation. Certainly, look at all the Yamahas out here. Those aren't aircraft engines.
Right. Yeah.
This Frankenstein crazy loud thing that Mike Babcock's running. I mean, that's not
snowmobile engine.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like it's running at high RPM because it is. It's got gear reduction drive.
Let's be real though, way cooler to strap it to a plane than a snowmobile.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, not sorry.
Although, man,
it almost looked like he had his brakes locked on that one, taking off. Like they were still locking.
Steve Henry's engine tuner, Hypersports. They're based out of here or somewhere nearby. You know, I mean, they tuned up, you know, actual snowmobiles, and like some of those things rip. But it is,
look at the deck angle there from Steve. That Zenith, man, you can get the nose up.
You can. It is built for that. Sean in the chat talking about Civil Air Patrol is a good way to get into aviation.
Yeah, you can, I mean, that's a big thing, right? You can put in time, Civil Air Patrol to start. You can also, I mean, we didn't talk about maybe one of the more obvious ones, which is you can go sign up for the armed forces. You could fly, you could, you know, go to pilot school thanks to, you know, flying everything from the C-17 to the F-16, right? Like it's all, there's a way to build that time too. A lot of our STOL pilots have served our country like that and put in the time, and the benefit to get out the back is, one, flying super cool stuff, but two, like
good retirement.
Yeah, they've got some experience they can rely on when they go to their civilian careers.
Yeah. Vet discount.
Yeah, there's other reasons.
Yeah. Especially if you're a first-time homeowner or a homeowner. I mean, lots of advantages to being a vet.
Matt Dorsum to the left. Good over the line for Matt Dorsum. That one was interesting because he found a throttle position that just worked.
Yeah.
You could hear him finding it, and then once he saw it was holding him exactly right, he just left it. Mike Babcock high on approach this time.
He's good. Gave up about 100 feet.
Not afraid to work the gear, and we've said it's not about passenger comfort. I think of the practice today at Sodbusters, Mike Babcock probably wins for the most unafraid of passenger comfort.
Mm-hmm.
Chop, plop, and drop. But he got it in.
You know what? We also didn't talk about one of the most important avenues into aviation, because some people, like my dad, for example, he watches the same videos that I watch on YouTube, and he hears a lot of calculations and
big old scratch there for Steve Zly, but decided to rev the engine and see what he could make happen anyway.
No. But, you know, there's a lot of forethought that goes into flying, especially when you're flying cross country, like weather and things of that nature, and just being prepared. And some people don't find that appealing into flying. So maybe you want to be an A&P. Maybe you want to be an A&P and, you know, wrench on airplanes instead, because a lot of those guys love wrenching on aircraft, but they do not fly themselves, and they really don't like flying. They don't find the appeal in it, but they find the appeal in home building, wrenching, like doing those things. And that's super crucial because, you know, part of owning a P-51 is having a really good mechanic that can work on it.
Yeah.
So
And if you're going to have a P-51, you got to have a mechanic that looks at least as good as Tom Cruise.
Oh, yeah.
Right? He's right on it. Here comes Ronnie Sander. I see the sparks. Yeah, there we go. That's cool.
Okay.
Just trying to start a little grass fire here.
Yeah. You know, there's a shortage of fireflies, so why not? We got them here. Titanium brakes.
Those are expensive, I'm guessing.
They have to be.
Have to do some pit reporting tomorrow to figure out how expensive those brakes are.
Yeah.
So just a few more minutes of open practice here at Sodbusters 2025. Got a few more laps from the pattern for these highly modified airplanes that we're seeing practice at the end.
Man, if I'm not mistaken, Mike's running the Yamaha 988T, but it is not a build of Wild West Aviation by any means. Like, he's doing his own thing. He's talked to Steve Henry, but this is not one of Steve Henry's built engines. Because that's what's so cool about Wild West Steve and like just the whole STOL, everything. Like, everyone's really open. Everyone's, you know, they want you to be able to compete and have a good time. And Steve will sell you his exact same setup.
You know, can I offer some feedback that I don't know if I'm qualified to offer?
Let's hear it.
He throws that thing up in super nose high and then hangs out nose high that whole time. It is very visually impressive and probably fun as heck.
Yeah.
But if he would keep the nose down a little bit longer then like yank, I think he'd get off shorter.
Yeah.
Do you think?
I think so.
I don't know if we are qualified to make that assessment or not, but that's just my vibe. I'm like, it wants to fly.
I mean, wings level, right? Like, it should be gaining airspeed. So he should, like, the longer that he has it wings level, it should be gaining airspeed, but also at that critical angle of attack, or not critical angle of attack, but also at that angle of attack. I mean,
it's a lot of drag.
It is a lot of drag.
Shuffling all that wing, right? Like, that's the thing I'm wondering about. I'm curious what some of our more experienced pilots would say about that. So just 5 more minutes left of practice right now. I think we'll probably do the last few landings here, and then we'll be moving on for the competition tomorrow. Folks, if you're watching, we have had just a great first practice back, Cam and I here after some of the upset of the last couple weeks of some of the national STOL. So if you want to learn more about that instead of digging into it all again right now, go to nationalstol.com. You can learn a little bit about what's going on. If you can help us keep the series going, we'd love that. Love your assistance there and would appreciate your support. Here comes Mike Babcock. Oh. Okay, left wing dropping out. Got himself sorted out, though. I saw Lexi give him a little bit like, you got it. like the thumbs up as he got it sorted out. Sorry, excuse me. But that we could use your help, and we love your help. So go to nationalstol.com to learn more about that. 10:30 tomorrow morning. We'll be starting the competition here at Hartford, 10:30 a.m. Central Time.
Yes.
So come check us out in Hartford, Wisconsin. We'd love to have you. It's going to be a great day here in Hartford. The other thing you can do is obviously tune in again tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Central Time, to make sure that you don't miss a second of the action. That adventure class cam was literally insanity.
Yeah, it was pretty. I mean, ooh.
Steve's Lie doing that scratch, bounce, scratch thing. So he's got to get it. He's coming in real low, keeping the wheels off the ground, off the grass there, and then relying on power. And he's running out of power I think there's a little bit of like a spool up or a delay, almost like turbine-esque after watching him fly a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, impacting things a little bit. But either way.
But you were saying, so tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Central Time?
Yeah, 10:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow for the competition here at Hartford.
16:30 Zulu.
16:30 Zulu, like a true pilot. Thank you, Cam.
Yes. We have international. I think Katrina is on Zulu time.
Yeah, we got a lot of fans globally.
But
Ronnie Sanders going to go around one more time before they cut him off for open practice here. Maybe Lee Boyd's going to try to sneak one in as well. But yeah, be sure to tune in 10:30 Central, 16:30 Zulu for all the action. Again, this is kind of one of the more amazing events we do because we've got a really big pilot pool as everyone goes up to Oshkosh after the show on Saturday. And a big thanks again to our hosts here at Hartford, Wisconsin, Hartford Municipal Airport. We're hanging out with the folks at Kylie's Cub Air Flight who've been absolutely just wonderful, keeping us well fed and taken care of. A big thanks to our local sponsors that rallied around making this event happen in spite of the trailer fire. Arnold's Environmental Services, Neverland Productions, Celebrations Tent and Party Rentals, which are a division of Equipment Rentals. Look at Lee Boyd. Woo! You're going to go out on a takeoff. That is one to go out on for a broadcast.
I mean, what, sub 100? It was somewhere around there. That is, yeah.
He's got his work cut out for him tomorrow, too. Like, he's going to have to fight for it in his class, but I think if anyone could do it, Lee can.
Yeah.
Here comes Ronnie Sander now, base to final. Race control in my ear letting me know that it's actually not Ronnie Sander, it's Jared Gerritsen borrowing another person's plane. Here's the deal. Jared sells a lot of these Badlands, right?
Yeah.
He probably wants to check it out because they keep changing them, right? Like they're in that early stage, and it's a very bespoke product. So they're changing them and modifying them and learning from each one as it's built to every pilot's specs.
Yeah.
Well done for Jared Gerritsen right there.
Yeah, just nice and smooth. While Lee is playing in downwind.
Question in the chat from Rose Gaskell. What if it's raining? We're not anticipating a ton of rain in the forecast. It's possible tomorrow. We will definitely be here ready to fly. If nothing else, there might be a rain delay. But we're typically able to fly most days. I think we've only ever canceled practice twice in National STOL history. I don't believe we've ever canceled a competition. Maybe just a delay for rain as a system pushed through here and there. But we'll be here. So if we're here, Rose, you better be here too. come give us a high five. So anyway, what a day. Getting ready for another amazing day here at Hartford, Wisconsin.
Oh,